Hello, hello. Welcome back to the Sanctuary, Starlings. I hope you're all having a good night. I'm going to read to you guys my favorite book. So, I. Oh my gosh. I was very fortunate. Well, first, let me show you. This is Six of Crows by Leigh Bardugo. I'm going to read to you guys what it says on the back of the book and what it says on the cover. Okay. The ice court had been built to withstand an onslaught of armies, assassins, Grisha, and spies. When Inej said as much to Kaz, he simply replied, "But it hasn't been built to keep us out." His confidence unnerved her. "What makes you think we can do this? There will be other teams out there, trained soldiers and spies, people with years of experience. This isn't a job for trained soldiers and spies. It's a job for thugs and thieves." Um, and then on the inside cover, it says, Ketterdam, a bustling hub of international trade where anything can be had for the right price. And no one knows that better than criminal prodigy Kaz Brecker. Kaz is offered a chance at a deadly heist that could make him rich beyond his wildest dreams. But he can't pull it off alone. A convict with a thirst for revenge, a sharpshooter who can't walk away from a wager, a runaway with a privileged past, a spy known as the Wraith, a heartrender using her magic to survive the slums, and a thief with a gift of unlikely escapes. Kaz's crew are the only ones who might stand between the world and destruction, if they don't kill each other first. Oh, hello, Mama Dyer. I hope you're all having a good night. I'm gonna take this off the mostly because I'm like a little bit worried. I'm like gonna like crease it or something. I'll put it back on at the end. My book's a little bit battered because I love my books, but I'm not. I try to be gentle with them, and I'm a little bit heavy handed. But I was very fortunate. I think it was a year or two ago. It must have been longer. Where I went to the LA Times book festival. That's held in at I want to say UCLA, but that's not right. At USC, right? Um, and I got to Leigh Bardugo sign my book. It was very surreal. I was like, "Oh my god, this is crazy!" And I have a picture of it, and she's amazing. Um, oh my god, I love her. But she signed it. So yeah, this is my signed copy. So I should be very gentle with it, but I can't help it. Also, this is how she does it, the Grisha, because her series are called like part of the Grishaverse, or her personal world. Um, the Grisha are sort of kind of like witches. I mean, we it gets explained later, but so I'll probably refer you guys back to this later. But yeah, I was like, all right, I read you guys the synopsis basically, so you guys can decide if you really want to stay and like if you want to hear this story. But it's a story about thieves. Of course, that's not how it starts. Well, you'll see. So this book has chapters change perspectives. Like we'll have some of the other crew uh giving their perspective at some points. But right now we start off with Juiced. Uh, Chapter 1, Juiced. Juiced had two problems: the moon and his mustache. He was supposed to be making his round at the Hode house, but for the last 15 minutes, he'd been hovering around the southeast wall of the gardens, trying to think of something clever and romantic to say to Anya. If only Anya's eyes were blue, like the sea, or green, like an emerald. Instead, her eyes were brown. Lovely, dreamy, melted chocolate brown? Rabbit fur brown? Just tell her she's got skin like moonlight, his friend Pieter had said. Girls love that. A perfect solution, but the Ketterdam weather was not cooperating. There had been no breeze off the harbor that day, and a gray milk fog had wreathed the city's canals in crooked alleys and damp. Even here, among the mansions of the Gelstrat, the air hung thick with the smell of fish and bilge water, and smoke from the refineries on the city's outer islands had smeared the night sky in a briny haze. The full moon looked less like a jewel than a yellowy blister in need of lancing. Maybe he could compliment Anya's laugh, except he'd never heard her laugh. He wasn't very good with jokes. Juice glanced at his reflection in one of the glass panels set into the double doors that led from the house to the side garden. His mother was right. Even in his new uniform, he still looked like a baby. Gently, he brushed his finger along his upper lip. If only his mustache would come in. It definitely felt thicker than yesterday. He'd been a guard in the Stad Watch less than 6 weeks, and it wasn't nearly as exciting as he'd hoped. He thought he'd be running down thieves in the barrel or patrolling the harbors, getting first look at cargo coming in on the docks. But ever since the assassination of the ambassador at the town hall, the merchant council had been grumbling about security. So where was he? Stuck walking in circles at some lucky mercher's house. Not just any mercher, though. Councilman Hode was about as high placed in Ketterdan government as a man could be. The kind of man who could make a career. Just adjusted the set of his coat and rifle, then patted the weighted baton at his hip. Maybe Hode would take a liking to him. Sharp-eyed and quick with, sharp-eyed and quick with a cudgel, Hode would say. That fellow deserves a promotion. Sergeant Juice Van Poel, he whispered, savoring the sound of the words. Captain Juice Van Poel. Stop gawking at yourself. Juice whirled, going hot, as Hank and Rutger strode into the side garden. They were both older, bigger, and broader shouldered than Juice, and they were house guards, private servants of Councilman Hode. That meant they wore his pale green livery, carried fancy rifles from Novia Zem, and never let Juice forget he was a lonely grunt from the city watch. Petting that bit of fuzz isn't going to make it grow any faster, Rutger said with a loud laugh. Juice tried to summon some dignity. I need to finish my rounds. Rutger elbowed Hank. That means he's going to go stick his head in the Grisha workshop to get a look at his girl. Oh, Anya, won't you use your Grisha magic to make my mustache grow? Hank mocked. Juice turned on his heels, cheeks burning, and strode down the eastern side of the house. They'd been teasing him ever since he'd arrived. If it hadn't been for Anya, he probably would have pleaded with the captain for a reassignment. He and Anya only ever exchanged a few words on his rounds, but she was always the best part of his night. And he had to admit, he liked Toe's house too. The few peeks he'd managed through the woods, Hode had one of the grandest mansions on the Geldstraat. Floors set with gleaming squares of black and white stone, shining dark wood walls lit by blown glass chandeliers that floated like jellyfish near the coffered ceilings. Sometimes Juice liked to pretend that it was his house, that he was a rich merchant just out for the stroll through his fine garden. Before he rounded the corner, Juice took a breath. Anya, your eyes are brown like tree bark? He'd think of something. He was better off being spontaneous anyway. He was surprised to see the glass-paneled doors to the Grisha workshop open. More than the hand-painted blue tiles in the kitchen or the mantels laden with potted tulips, this workshop was a testimony to Hode's wealth. Grisha indentures didn't come cheap, and Hode had 3 of them. But Yuri wasn't seated at the long work table, and Anya was nowhere to be seen. Only Redvenko was there, sprawled out on a chair in dark blue robes, eyes shut, a book open on his chest. Juice hovered in the doorway, then cleared his throat. These doors should be shut and locked at night. House is like furnace, Redvenko drawled without opening his eyes, his Ravkan accent thick and rolling. Tell Hode I stop sweating, I close doors. Redvenko was a squalor, older than the other Grecian dentures, his hair shot through with silver. There were rumors he'd fought for the losing side in Ravka's civil war and had fled to Kerch after the fighting. I'd be happy to present your complaints to Councilman Hode, Juice lied. The house was always overheated, as if Hode were under obligation to burn coal, but Juice wasn't going to be the one to mention it. Until then, you bring news of Yuri? Redvenko interrupted, finally opening his heavily hooded eyes. Juice glanced uneasily at the bowl of red grapes and heaps of burgundy velvet on the work table. Yuri had been working on bleeding color from the fruit into curtains for Mistress Hode, but he'd fallen badly ill a few days ago, and Juice hadn't seen him since. Dust had begun to gather on the velvet, and the grapes were going bad. I haven't heard anything. Of course you hear nothing. Too busy strutting around in stupid purple uniform. What was wrong with his uniform? And why did Redvenko even have to be here? He was Hode's personal squaller, and often traveled with the merchant's most precious cargoes, guaranteeing favorable winds to bring the ship safely and quickly to harbor. Why couldn't he be away at sea now? I think Yuri may be quarantined. So helpful, Redvenko said with a sneer. What am I missing in chat? I see it moving, but I didn't want to... Hold on. Oh my god. I don't want somebody to get mad at me if he got me. My back had been hurting all night. Oh my god. Sorry, Chaos. Did you kill your noisemakers? Me? No, I didn't. Violet, because it would suck if I did random noise. Should we lock it for her, the noisemakers? Like Eddie, Beetlejuice, Angel, just Deadpool. Those, yeah. So not to ruin the book. Oh, thank you. Yes. Yes, please, if you guys can. Thank you, Eli. You're the best. I forgot about that. Okay. I think Yuri may be quarantined. So helpful, Redmenko said with a sneer. You can stop craning neck like hopeful Lucy added. Anya is gone. Juice felt his fate heat. Where is she? He asked, trying to sound authoritative. She should be in after dark. 1 hour ago, Hode takes her. Same as night he came for Yuri. What do you mean he came for Yuri? Yuri fell ill. Hode comes for Yuri, Yuri come back sick. 2 days later, Yuri vanishes for good. Now Anya. For good? Maybe there was an emergency, if someone needed to be healed. First Yuri, now Anya. I will be next and no one will notice except poor little Officer Juiced. Go now. If Councilman Hode... Redvenko raised an arm and a gust of air slammed Juice backwards. Juice scrambled to keep his footing, grabbing for the doorframe. I said now. Redvenko etched a circle in the air and the door slammed shut. Juice let go just in time to avoid having his fingers smashed and toppled into the side garden. He got to his feet as quickly as he could, wiping muck from his uniform, shame squirming in his belly. One of the glass panes in the door had cracked from the force. Through it, he saw the squalor smirking. That's counting against your indenture, Juice said, pointing to the ruined pane. He hated how small and petty his voice sounded. Redvenko waved his hand and the doors trembled on their hinges. Without meaning to, Juice took a step back. Go make your rounds, little watchdog, Redvenko called. That went well, snickered Rutger, leaning against the garden wall. How long had he been standing there? Don't you have something better to do than follow me around? Juice asked. All guards are to report to the boathouse, even you. Or are you too busy making friends? I was asking him to shut the door. Rutger shook his head. You don't ask. You tell. They're servants, not honored guests. Juice fell into step beside him, inside still churning with humiliation. The worst part was that Rutger was right. Redvenko had no business talking to him that way. But what was Juice supposed to do? Even if he'd had the courage to get into a fight with a squalor, it would be like brawling with an expensive vase. The Grisha weren't just servants. They were Hode's treasured possessions. What had Redvenko meant about Yuri and Anya being taken anyway? Had he been covering for Anya? Grisha indentures were kept to the house for good reason. To walk the streets without protection was to risk getting plucked up by a slaver and never seen again. Maybe she's meeting someone, Juice speculated miserably. Ghost will probably beat me to it, so thank her. Not tabbed in at the moment. I'm on FF. Ghost should be in bed. Oh. Oops. Sounds like you got caught. We thought you were in the gym, Kai. Good hunting after the last nut hunt. Go to sleep. Yes. Have fun, hunt. Chaos. I made it and I'm here to squirrel around. Hey, Buddha! Don't forget to save on my book. I love that. I love it. I'm reading Six of Crows by Leigh Bardugo. Oh shit. You guys can't see it. Also, look at how pretty this is. It has black edges. I like it. I took the cover off because I didn't want to be creasing it. Well, my dust cover. Something told me to check on Chaos. Oops, sorry, Chaos. Have fun. I'm reading my favorite book. All right. Let me drink some water before I continue. Also, I've been lurking on you, Buddha, so thanks. Okay. His thoughts were interrupted by the blaze of light and activity down by the boathouse that faced the canal. Across the water, he could see other fine merchant houses, tall and slender, the tidy gables of their rooftops making a dark silhouette against the night sky. Their gardens and boathouses lit by glowing lanterns. Sounds about right. Give her 30 minutes. Oh my gosh, Eli. A few weeks before, Juice had been told that Hode's boathouse would be... I don't know why I'm so tongue-tied tonight. A few weeks before, Juice had been told that Hode's boathouse would be undergoing improvements and to strike it from his rounds. But when he and Rutger entered, he saw no paint or scaffolding. The gondels and oars had been pushed up against the walls. The other house guards were there in their sea green livery, and Juice recognized 2 Stadwatch guards in purple. But most of the interior was taken up by a huge box, a kind of freestanding cell that looked like it was made from reinforced steel. It seems thick with rivets. A huge window embedded in one of its walls. The glass had a wavy bent, and through it, Juice could see a girl seated at a table, clutching her red silks tied around her. Behind her, a stout watch guard stood at attention. Anya, Juice realized with a start. Her brown eyes were wide and frightened, her skin pale. The little boy sitting across from her looked doubly terrified. His hair was sleep mussed and his legs dangled from the chair, kicking nervously at the air. Well, the guards, asked Juiced. There had to be more than 10 of them crowded in the boathouse. Councilman Hode was there too, along with the merchant. Sorry. I listen noises and lock. Sorry if it disrupts. That's okay. So, I mean, if you guys need to get my attention, it's fine. Sorry, my alarm went off and I just realized I need medication. Where's my... There we go. I'm gonna need to get a refill. Shoot, I'm really down on my last one. Um, there had to be more than 10 of them crowded into the boathouse. Councilman Hood was there too, along with the merchant Juice didn't know. Both of them dressed in mercer black. Juice stood up straighter when he saw they were talking to the captain of the Stadwash. He hoped he'd gotten all the garden mud off his uniform. What is this? Rutger shrugged. Who cares? It's a break in the routine. Juice looked back through the glass. Anya was staring out at him, her gaze unfocused. The day he'd arrived at Hode's house, she'd healed a bruise on his cheek. It had been nothing, that yellow-green remnants of a crack he'd taken to the face during a training exercise. But apparently, Hode had caught sight of it, and it didn't like his guards looking like thugs. Juice had been sent to the Grisha workshop, and Anya had sat him down in a bright square of late winter sunlight. Her cool fingers had passed over his skin, and though the itch had been terrible, 5 seconds later it was as if the bruise had never been. When Juice thanked her, Anya smiled and Juice was lost. He knew his cause was hopeless, even if she'd had any interest in him. He could never afford to buy her indenture from Hode, and she would never marry unless Hode decreed it, but it hadn't stopped him from dropping by to say hello or to bring her little gifts. She'd liked the map of Kerch best, a whimsical drawing of their island nation, surrounded by mermaids swimming in the true sea and ships blown along by the winds, depicted as fat-cheeked men. It was a cheap souvenir, the kind tourists bought along the East Stave, but it had seemed to please her. Now he risked raising a hand in greeting. Anya showed no reaction. She can't see you, moron, laughed Rutger. The glass is mirrored on the other side. Juice's cheeks pinked. How was I to know that? Open your eyes and pay attention for once. First Yuri, now Anya. Why do they need a Grisha healer? Is that boy injured? He looks fine to me. The captain and Hode seemed to reach some kind of agreement. Through the glass, Juice saw Hode enter the cell and give the boy an encouraging pat. There must have been vents in the cell because he heard Hode say, "Be a brave lad, and there's a few Kruger in it for you." Then he then he grabbed Anya's chin with a liver-spotted hand. She tensed and Juice got tightened. Hode gave Anya's head a little shake. "Do as you're told, and this will soon be over, yeah?" She gave a small, tight smile. "Of course, uncle." Hode whispered a few words to the guard behind Anya, then stepped out. The door shut with a loud clang. "Oh, thank you, sis." Oh my god, 17 months. We could have almost had 2 kids now. I love it. She's back in bed now. Oh, okay. She got distracted by the healthcare system. I did. Well, I have my alarms that go off. Yes, thank you for shouting out, sis. You're the best. Yeah, hopefully she'll rest. Um, Hode whispered a few words to the guard behind Anya, then stepped out. The door shut with a loud clang, and Hode slid a heavy lock into place. Hode and the other merchants took positions almost directly in front of Juice and Rutger. The merchant Juice didn't know said, "You're sure this is wise? This girl is a Korporalnik. After what happened to your fabricator. If it was Redvenko, I'd be worried, but Anya has a sweet disposition. She's a healer, not prone to aggression." "And you've lowered the dose?" "Yes, but we're agreed that if we have the same results as the fabricator, the council will compensate me. I can't be asked to bear that expense." When the merchant nodded, Hode signaled to the captain. "Proceed." "The same results as the fabricator." Redvenko claimed Yuri had vanished. Was that what he'd meant? "Sergeant," said the captain, "are you ready?" The guard inside the cell replied, "Yes, sir." He drew a knife. Juice swallowed hard. first test, said the captain. The guard bent forward and told the boy to roll up his sleeve. The boy obeyed and stuck out his arm, popping the thumb of his other hand into his mouth. Too old for that, thought Juiced. But the boy must be very scared. Juice had slept with a sock bear until he was nearly 14, a fact his older brothers had mocked mercilessly. This will sting just a bit, said the guard. The boy kept his thumb in his mouth and nodded, eyes round. This really isn't necessary, said Anya. Quiet, please, said Hode. The guard gave the boy a pat and slashed a bright red cut across his forearm. The boy started crying immediately. Anya tries to rise from her chair, but the guard placed a stern hand on her shoulder. It's all right, Sergeant, said Hode. Let her heal him. Anya leaned forward, taking the boy's hand gently. Shh, she said. She said softly. Let me help. Will it hurt? The boy gulped. She smiled. Not at all. Just a little itch. Try to hold still for me. Juice found himself leaning closer. He'd never actually seen Anya heal someone. Anya removed the handkerchief from her sleeve and wiped away the excess blood. Then her fingers brushed carefully over the boy's wound. Juice watched in astonishment as the skin slowly seemed to reform and knit together. A few minutes later, the boy grinned and held out his arm. It looked a bit red, but was otherwise smooth and unmarked. Was that magic? Anya tapped him on the nose. Of a sort. The same magic your own body works when you give it when given time and a bit of bandage. The boy looked almost disappointed. Good, good, Code said impatiently. Now the parem. Juice frowned. He'd never heard that word. The captain signaled to his sergeant. Second sequence. Put out your arm, the sergeant said to the boy once again. The boy shook his head. I don't like that part. Do it. The boy's lower lip quivered, but he put out his arm. The guard cut him once more. Then he placed a small wax paper envelope on the table in front of Anya. Swallow the contents of the packet, Hode instructed Anya. What is it? She asked, voice trembling. That isn't your concern. What is it? She repeated. It's not going to kill you. We're going to ask you to perform some simple tasks to judge We're going to ask you to perform some simple tasks to judge the drug's effects. The sergeant is there to make sure you do only what you're told and no more. Understood? Her jaw set, but she nodded. No one will harm you, said Hode. But remember, if you hurt the sergeant, you have no way out of that cell. The doors are locked from the outside. What is that stuff? Whispered Juice. Don't know, said Rucker. What do you know? He muttered. Enough to keep my trap shut. Juice scowled. With shaking hands, Anya lifted the little wax envelope and opened the flap. Go on, said Hode. Sorry. Go on, said Hode. She tipped her head back and swallowed the powder. For a moment she sat, waiting, lips pressed together. Is it Gerda? She asked hopefully. Juice found himself hoping too. Gerda was nothing to fear, a stimulant everyone in the Stadwatch chewed to stay awake on late watches. What does it taste like? Toad asked. Like Gerda, but sweeter. Anya inhaled sharply. Her hands seized the table, her pupils dilating enough that her eyes looked nearly black. Oh, she said, sighing. It was nearly a purr. The guard tightened his grip on her shoulder. How do you feel? She stared at the mirror and smiled, her tongue peeked through her white teeth, stained like rust. Juice felt suddenly cold. Just as it was with the fabricator, murmured the merchant. Heal the boy, Hode commanded. She waved her hand through the air, the gesture almost dismissive, and the cut on the boy's arm sealed instantly. The blood lifted briefly from his skin in droplets of red, then vanished. His skin looked perfectly smooth, all trace of blood or redness gone. The boy beamed. That was definitely magic. It feels like magic, Anya said with that same eerie smile. She didn't touch him, marveled the captain. Anya, said Hode, listen closely. We're going to tell the guard to perform the next test now. Hummed Anya. Sergeant, said Hode, cut off the boy's thumb. The boy howled and started to cry again. He shoved his hands beneath his legs to protect them. I should stop this, Juice thought. I should find a way to protect her, both of them. But what then? He was a nobody, new to the Stadwatch, new to this house. Besides, he discovered in a burst of shame, I want to keep my job. Anya merely smiled and tilted her head back so she was looking at the sergeant. Shoot the glass. What did she say? Asked the merchant. Sergeant, the captain barked out. Shoot the glass, Anya repeated. The sergeant's face went slack. He cocked his head to one side as if listening to a distant melody, then unslung his rifle and aimed at the observation window. Get down, someone yelled. Juice threw himself to the ground, covering his head as the rapid hammer of gunfire filled his ears and bits of glass rained down on his hands and back. His thoughts were a panicked clamor. His mind tried to deny it, but he knew what he'd just seen. Anya had commanded the sergeant to shoot the glass. She'd made him do it. But that couldn't be. Grisha Corporalki specialized in the human body. They could stop your heart, slow your breathing, snap your bones. They couldn't get inside your head. For a moment there was silence. Then Juice was on his feet with everyone else reaching for his rifle. Hode and the captain shouted at the same time, "Subdue her! Shoot her! Do you know how much money she's worth?" Hode retorted. "Someone restrain her. Do not shoot." Anya raised her hands, red sleeves spread wide. "Wait," she said. Juice's panic vanished. He knew he'd been frightened, but his fear was a distant thing. He was filled with expectation. He wasn't sure what was coming, or when, only that it would arrive, and that it was essential he be ready to meet it. It might be good or bad. He didn't really care. His heart was free of worry and desire. He longed for nothing, wanted for nothing. His mind silent, his breath steady. He only needed to wait. He saw Anya rise and pick up the little boy. He heard her crooning tenderly to him, some Ravkan lullaby. "Open the door and come in, Hode," she said. Juice heard the words, understood them, forgot them. Hode walked to the door and slid the bolt free. He entered the steel cell. "Do as you're told, and this will soon be over. Ja?" Anya murmured with a smile. Her eyes were black and bottomless pools. Her skin was alight, glowing, incandescent. A thought flickered through Juice's mind. Beautiful as the moon. Anya shifted the boy's weight in her arms. "Don't look," she murmured against his hair. "Now," she said to Hode, "pick up the knife." I love this chapter. It's such a we'll circle back around to it. Alright, chapter 2, Inej. Kaz Brecker didn't need a reason. Those were the words whispered on the streets of Ketterdam, in the taverns and coffee houses, in the dark and bleeding alleys of the pleasure district known as the Barrel. The boy they called Dirty Hands didn't need a reason any more than he needed permission. To break a leg, sever an alliance, or change a man's fortunes with a turn of card. Of course, they were wrong. Inej considered as she crossed the bridge over the black waters of the First Canal to the deserted main square that fronted the exchange. Every act of violence was deliberate, and every favor came with enough strings attached to stage a puppet show. Kaz always had his reasons. Inej could just never be sure they were good ones, especially tonight. Inej checked her knives, silently reciting their names as she always did when she thought there might be trouble. It was a practiced habit. It was a practical habit, but a comfort too. The blades were her companions. She liked knowing they were ready for whatever the night might bring. All right, thanks for the stretch and the hydrate, Eli. Thank you for reminding me to do human maintenance. I do. I love the intro. The first. Oh, no card. No, not a real card. Oh yeah, because I'm reading tonight, so I think Eli went through and closed everything that would interrupt me for too long. But I have to tell you guys, I love this the very first sentence of the second chapter. Kaz Brecker didn't need a reason. And when they made Shadow and Bone, which is the first series by this author. This one, Six of Crows, is the second series, but they're not exactly connected. There are some characters that cross over, but it doesn't matter yet. um, but the actors were talking about how some of them really got into reading these books to like figure out their character, and the guy who plays Kaz, gosh, I can't remember his name right now. I'm blanking. But I remember he said like as soon as he read Kaz Brecker didn't need a reason, he's like, I put down the book because that's all they needed to know about the character. Didn't need a reason. Like that was when he knew he was like, I'm hooked, and I love it. Yay, card. um. All right, let me continue. She saw Kaz and the others gathered near the great stone arch that marked the eastern entrance to the exchange. Three words had been carved into the rock above them: Engent, Woorhent, Almahent. Industry, integrity, prosperity. She kept close to the shuttered storefronts that lined the square, avoiding the pockets of flickering gaslight cast by the street lamps. As she moved, she inventoried the crew Kaz had brought with him: Dirix, Roddy, Muzin, and Keeg, Anika, and Pim, and his chosen seconds for tonight's parlay: Jesper and Big Bolliger. They jostled and bumped one another, laughing, stamping their feet against the cold snap that had surprised the city this week, the last gasp of winter before spring began in earnest. They were all bruisers and brawlers, culled from the younger members of the dregs, the people Kaz trusted most. Inej noted the glint of knives tucked into their belts, lead pipes, weighted chains, axe handles studded with rusty nails, and here and there, the oily gleam of a gun barrel. She slipped silently into the ranks, scanning the shadows near the exchange for signs of the black tip spies. 3 ships, Jesper was saying. The Shu sent them. They were just sitting in the first harbor, cannons out, red flags flying, stuffed to the sails with gold. Big Bolliger gave a low whistle. Would have liked to see that. Would have liked to steal that, replied Jesper. Half the merchant council was down there flapping and squawking, trying to figure out what to do. Don't they want the Shu paying their debts? Big Bolliger asked. Cass shook his head, dark hair glinting in the lamplight. He was a collection of hard lines and tailored edges. Sharp jaw, lean build, wool coat snug across his shoulders. Yes and no, he said in his rock salt rasp. It's always good to have a country in debt to you. Makes for friendlier negotiations. Maybe the Shu are done being friendly, said Jesper. They didn't have to send all that treasure at once. You think they stuck that trade ambassador? Kaz's eyes found an edge unerringly in the crowd. Ketterdam had been buzzing about the assassination of the ambassador for weeks. It had nearly destroyed Kirch's many relationships and sent the Merch Council into an uproar. The Zebeni sorry. The Zemeni blamed the Kirch. The Kirch suspected the Shu. Kaz didn't care who was responsible. The murder fascinated him because he couldn't figure out how it had been accomplished. In one of the busiest corridors of the Stat Hall, in full view of more than a dozen government officials, the Zemeni trade ambassador had stepped into a washroom. No one else had entered or left, but when his aide knocked on the door a few minutes later, there had been no answer. When they broke down the door, they found the ambassador face down on the white tiles, a knife in his back, the sink still running. Cass had sent Inej to investigate the premises after hours. The washroom had no other entrance, no windows or vents, and even Inej hadn't mastered the art of squeezing herself through the plumbing. Yet the Zemeni ambassador was dead. Kaz hated a puzzle he couldn't solve, and he and Inej had concocted 100 theories to account for the murder, none of which satisfied. But they had more pressing problems tonight. She saw him signal to Jesper and Big Bolliger to divest themselves of weapons. Street law dictated that for a parley of this kind, each lieutenant be seconded by 2 of his foot soldiers, and they all be unarmed. Parley. The word felt like a deception, strangely prim and antique. No matter what street law decreed, this night smelled like violence. No matter what street law decreed, this night smelled like violence. Go on, give those guns over, Deerick said to Jesper. With a great sigh, Jesper removed the gun belts at his hips. He had to admit, he looked less She had to admit, he looked less himself without them. The Zemeni sharpshooter was long-limbed, brown-skinned, constantly in motion. He pressed his lips to the pearl handles of his prized revolvers, bestowing each with a mournful kiss. Take good care of my babies, Jesper said as he handed them over to Jurix. If I see a single scratch or nick on those, I'll spell forgive me on your chest in bullet holes. You won't waste the ammo. And he'd be halfway You wouldn't waste the ammo. And he'd be dead halfway through forgive, Big Bolliger said, as he dropped the hatchet with the switchblade and his preferred weapon, a thick chain weighted with a heavy padlock, into Roddy's expectant hands. Jesper rolled his eyes. It's about sending a message. What's the point of a dead guy with Forg written on his chest? Compromise, Cass said. I'm sorry does the trick and uses fewer bullets. Jirix laughed, but Inej noted that he cradled Jesper's revolver very gently. I'm sorry, it's so dumb, but this book has some really great comedic moments. What about that? Jesper asked, gesturing to Kaz's walking stick. Kaz's laugh was low and humorless. Who'd deny a poor cripple his cane? If the cripple is you, then any man with sense. Then it's a good thing we're meeting Geels. Kaz drew a watch from his vest pocket. It's almost midnight. Ines turned her gaze to the exchange. It was little more than a large rectangular courtyard surrounded by warehouses and shipping offices. But during the day, it was the heart of Ketterdam, bustling with wealthy merchants buying and selling shares in the trade voyages that passed through the city's ports. Now it was nearly 12 bells, and the exchange was deserted but for the guard who patrolled the perimeter and the rooftop. They'd been bribed to look the other way during tonight's parley. The exchange was one of the few remaining parts of the city that hadn't been divvied up and claimed in the ceaseless skirmishes between Ketterdam's rival gangs. It was supposed to be neutral territory, but it didn't feel neutral to Inej. It felt like the hush of the woods before the snare yanks tight and the rabbit starts to scream. It felt like a trap. This is a mistake, she said. Big Bolliger startled. He hadn't known she was standing there. Inej heard the name of the dregs preferred for her whispered among the ranks. The Wraith. Gilles is up to something. Of course he is, said Cass. His voice had the rough, abraded texture of stone against stone. Inej always wondered if he'd sounded that way as a little boy, if he'd ever been a little boy. Then why come here tonight? Because this is the way Perhaskell wants it. Old man, old ways, Inej thought, but didn't say, and she suspected the other dregs were thinking the same thing. He's going to get us killed, she said. Jesper stretched his long arms overhead and grinned, his teeth white against his dark skin. He had yet to give up his rifle, and the silhouette of it across his back made him resemble a gawky, long-limbed bird. Statistically, he'll probably get only some of us killed. It's not something to joke about, she replied. The look Cass cast her was amused. She knew how she sounded, stern, fussy, like an old crone making dire pronouncements from her porch. She didn't like it, but she also knew she was right. Besides, all women must know something, or they wouldn't live together wrinkles and yell from their front stoops. Jesper isn't making a joke in it, said Cass. He's figuring the odds. Big Bolliger cracked his knuckles. Well, I've got lager and a skillet of eggs waiting for me at the Cooperom, so I can't be the one to die tonight. Care to place a wager, Jesper asked? I'm not going to bet on my own death. Cass flipped his hat onto the side and ran his fingers along the brim in a quick salute. Why not, Why not? Why not, Bolliger? We do it every day. He was right. Inej's death to Perhaskell meant she gambled her life every time she took on a new job or assignment. Every time she left her room at the slat. Tonight was no different. Cass struck his walking stick against the cobblestones as the bells from the church of Bardugo began to chime. The group fell silent. The time for talk was done. Gilles isn't smart, but he's just bright enough to be trouble, said Cass. No matter what you hear, you don't join the fray unless I give the command. Stay sharp. Then he gave Inej a brief nod. And stay hidden. No mourners, Jesper said as he tossed his rifle to Roddy. No funerals, the rest of the dregs murmured in reply. Among them it passed for good luck. Before Inej could melt into the shadows, Cass tapped her arm with his crow's head cane. Keep a watch on the rooftop guards. Gilles may have them in his pocket. Then Inej began, but Cass was already gone. Inej threw up her hands in frustration. She had 100 questions, but as usual, Cass was keeping a stranglehold on the answers. She jogged toward the canal facing the wall of the exchange. Only the lieutenants and their seconds were allowed to enter during the parley. But just in case the black tips got any ideas, the other dregs would be waiting right outside the eastern arch with weapons at the ready. She knew Gilles would have his crew of heavily armed black tips gathered at the western entrance. Inej would find her own way in. The rules of fair play among the gangs were from Perhaskell's time. Besides, she was the Wraith. The only law that applied to her was gravity, and some days she defied that too. The lower level of the exchange was dedicated to windowless warehouses, so Inej located a drain pipe to shinny up. Something made her hesitate before she wrapped her hand around it. She drew a bone light from her pocket and gave it a shake, casting a pale green glow over the pipe. It was slick with oil. She followed the wall, seeking another option, and found a stone cornice bearing a statue of Kirch's 3 flying fishes within reach. She stood on her toes and tentatively felt along the top of the cornice. It had been covered in ground glass. I am expected, she thought with grim pleasure. She joined up with the dregs less than 2 years ago, just days after her 15th birthday. It had been a matter of survival, but it gratified her to know that, in such a short time, she'd become someone to take precautions against. Though, if the black tips thought tricks like this would keep the wraith from her goal, they were sadly mistaken. She drew 2 climbing spikes from her pockets of her quilted vest and wedged first one of them, then the other between the bricks of the wall as she hoisted herself higher. Her questing feet finding the smallest holes and ridges in the stone. As a child learning the high wire, she'd gone barefoot, but the streets of Ketterdam were too cold and wet for that. After a few bad spills, she'd paid a Grisha fabricator working in secret out of a gin shop on the Windstrat to make her a pair of leather slippers with nubbly rubber shoes. They were perfectly fitted her feet and gripped at any surface with surety. On the second story of the exchange, she hoisted herself onto a window ledge just wide enough to perch on. Kaz had done his best to teach her, but she didn't quite have his way with breaking and entering, and it took a few tries to finesse the lock. Finally, she heard the satisfying click, and the window swung open on a deserted office, its walls covered in maps marked with trade routes and chalkboards listing share prices in the name of ships. She ducked inside, refastened the latch, and picked her way past the empty desk with her neat stack of orders and tallies. With their neat stacks of orders and tallies. She crossed to a she crossed to a slender set of doors and stepped onto a balcony that overlooked the central courtyard of the exchange. Each of the shipping offices had one. From here, callers announced new voyages and arrivals of inventory, or hung the black flag that indicated that a ship had been lost at sea with all its cargo. The floor of the exchange would erupt into a flurry of trades. Runners would spread the word throughout the city, and the prices of goods, futures, and shares in outgoing voyages would rise or fall. But tonight, all was silence. A wind came in off the harbor, bringing the smell of the sea, ruffling the stray hairs that had escaped the braided coil at the nape of Inez's neck. Down in the square, she saw the sway of lamplight and heard the thump of Kaz's cane on the stones as he and his seconds made their way across the square. On the opposite side, she glimpsed another set of lanterns heading towards them. The black tips had arrived. Inez raised her hood. She pulled herself onto the railing, leapt soundlessly to the neighboring balcony, then to the next, tracking Kaz and the others around the square, staying as close as she could. His dark coat rippled in the salt breeze, his limp more pronounced tonight, as it always was when the weather turned cold. She could hear Jesper keeping up a lively stream of conversation and Big Bolliger's low, rumbling chuckle. As she drew nearer to the other side of the square, Inez saw that Giels had chosen to bring Elzinger and Uman, exactly as she had predicted. Inez knew the strengths and weaknesses of every member of the Black Tips, not to mention Harley's Pointers, the Liddies, the Razor Gulls, the Dime Lions, and every other gang working the streets of Ketterdam. It was her job to know that Giels trusted Elzinger because they'd come up through the ranks of the Black Tips together, and because Elzinger was built like a stack of boulders nearly 7 feet tall, dense with muscle, his wide, smashed-in face jammed low on neck, thick as a pylon. She was suddenly glad Big Bolliger was with Kaz. That Kaz had chosen Jesper to be one of his seconds was no surprise. Twitchy as Jesper was, with or without his revolvers, he was at his best in a fight, and she knew he'd do anything for Kaz. She'd been less sure when Kaz had insisted on Big Bolliger as well. Big Ball was a bouncer at the Crow Club, perfectly suited to tossing out drunks and wasters, but too heavy on his feet to be much use when it came to a real tussle. Still, at least he was tall enough to look Elzinger in the eye. And Nash didn't want to think too much on Gil's other second. Uman made her nervous. He wasn't as physically intimidating as Elzinger. In fact, Uman was made like a scarecrow. Not scrawny, but as if beneath his clothes his body had been put together at wrong angles. Word was he'd once crushed a man's skull with his bare hands, wiped his palms clean on his shirt front, and kept right on drinking. Inez tried to quiet the unease roiling through her and listened as Giels and Kaz made small talk in the square, while their seconds patted each of them down to make sure no one was carrying. Naughty, Jesper said as he removed a tiny knife from Elzinger's sleeve and tossed it across the square. Clear, declared Big Bolliger as he finished patting down Giels and moved on to Umen. Oh, okay, Juvie. Alright, let me check it. Oh, got it. Well, I hope this helps to cheer you up or distract you a little bit. Oh, actually, I should remove this. Hold up. Here we go. I realized I had an extra thing open that I didn't need. But I totally get it, Juvie. Like, it's fine. I just, yeah. I, yeah. I hope this helps to, like, help you relax or something. And thank you for coming to support me, anyways. Yeah. Clear, declared Big Bolliger as he finished patting down Giels and moved on to Uman. Yes! Give Juvie all the hugs. Kaz and Giels discussed the weather, the suspicion that the Cooperam was serving watered down drinks now that the rent had been raised, dancing around the real reason they'd come here tonight. In theory, they would chat, make their apologies, agree to respect the boundaries of Fifth Harbor, then all head out to find a drink together. At least, that's what Per Haskell had insisted. But what does Per Haskell know? Inaj thought as she looked for the guards patrolling the roof above, trying to pick out their shapes in the dark. Haskell ran the dregs, but these days he preferred to sit in the warmth of his room, drinking lukewarm lager, building model ships, and telling long stories of exploits to anyone who would listen. He seemed to think territory wars could be settled as they once had been, with a short scuffle and a friendly handshake. But every one of Inez's senses told her that was not how this was going to play out. Her father would have said the shadows were about their own business tonight. Something bad was going to happen here. Cass stood with both gloved hands resting on the carved crow's head of his. Jesus. I have. Sorry. Cass stood with both gloved hands resting on the carved crow's head of his cane. He looked totally at ease, his narrow face obscured by the brim of his hat. Most gang members in the barrel loved flash. Gaudy waistcoats, watch fobs studded with false gems, trousers in every print and pattern imaginable. Kaz was the exception, the picture of restraint, his dark vest and trousers simply cut and tailored along severe lines. At first, she thought it a matter of taste, but she'd come to understand that it was a joke he played on the upstanding merchers. He enjoyed looking like one of them. I'm a businessman, he told her. No more, no less. You're a thief, Kaz. Isn't that what I just said? Now he looked like some kind of priest come to preach to a group of circus performers. A young priest, she thought, with another pang of unease. Cass had called Yields old and washed up, but he certainly didn't seem that way tonight. The Black Tips lieutenant might have had wrinkles creasing the corner of his eyes and burgeoning jowls beneath his sideburns, but he looked confident, experienced. Next to him, Kaz looked, well, 17. Let's be fair, yeah? All we want is a bit more scrub, Gil said, tapping the mirrored buttons of his lime green waistcoat. It's not fair for you to cull every spend-happy tourist stepping off a pleasure boat at Fifth Harbor. Fifth Harbor is ours, Gills, Kaz replied. The dregs get first crack at the pigeons who come looking for a little fun. Gil shook his head. You're a young one, Brecker, he said with an indulgent laugh. Maybe you don't understand how these things work. The harbors belong to the city, and we have as much a right to them as anyone. We've all got a living to make. Technically, that was true. But Fifth Harbor had been useless and all but abandoned by the city when Kaz had taken it over. He'd had it dredged and then built out at the docks and the quay, and he'd had to mortgage the Crow Club to do it. Haskell had railed at him and called him a fool for the expense, but eventually he'd relented. According to Kaz, the old man's exact words had been, "Take all that rope and hang yourself." But the endeavor had paid for itself in less than a year. Now, Fifth Harbor offered berths to merchant ships, as well as boats from all over the world carrying tourists and soldiers eager to see the sights and sample the pleasures of Ketterdam. The dregs got first try at all of them, steering them and their wallets into brothels, taverns, and gambling dens owned by the gang. Fifth Harbor had made the old man very rich and cemented the dregs as real players in the barrel in a way that not even the success of the Crow Club had. But with profit came unwanted attention. Geels and the Black Tips had been making trouble for the dregs all year, encroaching on Fifth Harbor, picking off pigeons that weren't rightfully theirs. Fifth Harbor is ours, Kaz repeated. It isn't up for negotiating. It isn't up for negotiation. You're cutting into our traffic from the docks, and you intercepted a shipment of Jurda that should have docked 2 nights ago. Don't know what you're talking about. I know it comes easy, Gills, but try not to play dumb with me. Gills took a step forward. Jesper and Big Bolliger tensed. Quit flexing, boy, Gil said. We all know the old man doesn't have the stomach for a real brawl. Cass's laugh was dry as the rustle of dead leaves. But I'm the one on your table. But I'm the one at your table, Gills, and I'm not here for a taste. You want a war? I'll make sure you eat your fill. And what if you're not around, Brecker? Everyone knows you're the spine of Haskell's operations. Snap it, and the dregs collapse. Jesper snorted. Stomach, spine, what's next, spleen? Shut it, Ooman snarled. The rules of parley dictated that only the lieutenants could speak once negotiations had begun. Jesper mouthed sorry and elaborately pantomimed, locking his lips shut. I'm fairly sure you're threatening me, Gil, said Kaz, but I want to be certain before I decide what to do about it. Sure of yourself, aren't you, Brecker? Myself and nothing else. Gills burst out laughing and elbowed Ooman. Listen to this cocky little piece of crap. Brecker, you don't own these streets. Kids like you are fleas. A new crop of you turns up every few years to annoy your betters until a big dog decides to scratch. And let me tell you, I'm about tired of the itch. He crossed his arms, pleasure rolling off him in smug waves. What if I told you there are 2 guards with city-issue rifles pointed at you and your boys right now? Inej's stomach dropped. Was that what Kaz had meant when he had said that Gills might have the guards in his pocket? Kaz glanced up at the roof. Hiring city guards to do your killing? I'd say this is I'd say that's an expensive proposition for a gang like the Black Tips. I'm not sure I believe your coffers could support it. Inej climbed onto the railing and launched herself from the safety of the balcony, heading for the roof. If they survived the night, she was going to kill Kaz. There were always two guards from the Stadwatch posted on the roof of the exchange. A few Kruger from the Dregs and the Black Tips had ensured they wouldn't interfere with the parley. A common enough transaction, but Giles was implying something very different. Had he really managed to bribe city guards to play sniper for him? If so, the Dregs' odds of surviving this night had just dwindled to a knife's point. Like most of the buildings in Ketterdam, the exchange had a sharply gabled roof to keep off heavy rain, so the guards patrolled the rooftop via a narrow walkway that overlooked the courtyard. Inej ignored it. It was easier going, but would leave her too exposed. Instead, she scaled halfway up the slick roof tiles and started crawling. Her body tilted at a precarious angle, moving like a spider as she kept one eye on the guard's walkway and one ear on the conversation below. Maybe Giles was bluffing. Or maybe two guards were hunched over the railing right now with Kaz or Jesper or Big Bolliger in their sights. Took some doing, Giles admitted. We're a small operation right now, and city guards don't come cheap, but it'll be worth it for the prize. That being me, that being you. I'm flattered. The dregs won't last a week without you. I'd give them a month on sheer determination. I'd give them a month on sheer momentum. The thought rattled noisily around in Inaj's head. If Kaz gone, if Kaz gone, I'm so sorry. I'm getting tongue tied today. Oh God, your morning stream. I'm sorry. That sucks, Juvie. Yeah. I hope this is helping a little bit. And me fumbling is funny. The thought rattled noisily around in Inaj's head. If Kaz was gone, would I stay, or would I skip out on my debt? Take my chance with Prohaskell's enforcers? If she didn't move faster, she might well find out. Smug little slum rat, Giles laughed. I can't wait to wipe that look off your face. So do it, Kaz said. Inej risked a look down. His voice had changed, all humor gone. Should I have them put a bullet in your good leg, Brecker? Where are the guards? Inej thought, picking up her pace. She raced across the steep pitch of the gable. The exchange stretched nearly the length of a city block. There was too much territory to cover. Stop talking, Giles. Tell them to shoot. Kaz, said Jesper nervously. Go on, find your balls and give the order. What game was Kaz playing? Had he expected this? Had he just assumed Inej would find her way to the guards in time? She glanced down again. Giles radiated anticipation. He took a deep breath, puffing out his chest. Inej's steps faltered, and she had to fight not to go sliding straight off the edge of the roof. He's going to do it. I'm going to watch Kaz die. Fire! Giles shouted. A gunshot split the air. Big Bolliger let loose a cry and crumpled to the ground. Damn it! Shouted Jesper, dropping to one knee beside Bolliger and pressing his hand to the bullet wound as the big man moaned. You worthless podge, he yelled at Giles. You just violated neutral territory. Nothing to say you didn't shoot first, Giles replied, and who's going to know? None of you are walking out of here. Giles' voice sounded too high. He was trying to maintain his composure, but Inej could hear panic pulsing against his words. The startled wing beat of a frightened bird. Why? Moments before he'd been all bluster. That was when Inej saw Cass still hadn't moved. You don't look well, Giles. I'm just fine, he said, but he wasn't. He looked pale and shaky. His eyes were darting right and left as if searching the shadowed walkway for the roof. Are you? Cass said conversationally. Things aren't going quite as planned, are they? Kaz, Jesper said. Bolliger's bleeding bad. Good, said Kaz. Kaz, he needs a medic. Kaz spared the wounded man the barest glance. What he needs to do is stop his belly aching, and be glad I didn't have Holst taken down with a headshot. Even from above, Inej saw Giles flinch. That's the guard's name, isn't it? Willem Holst and Bert Van Dal. The two city guards on duty tonight. The ones you emptied the Black Tip's coffers to bribe? Giles said nothing. Willem Holst, Kaz said loudly, his voice floating up to the roof, likes to gamble almost as much as Jesper does. So your money held a lot of appeal. But Holst has much bigger problems. Let's call them urges. I won't go into detail. A secret's not like coin. It doesn't keep its value in the spending. You'll just have to trust me when I say this one would turn even your stomach. Isn't that right, Holst? The response was another gunshot. It struck the cobblestone near Gil's feet. Gil's released a shocked bleat and sprang back. This time, Inej had a better chance to track the origins of the gunfire. The shot had come from somewhere near the west side of the building. If Holst was there, that meant the other guard, Bert Van Dal, would be on the east side. Had Kaz managed to neutralize him too, or was he counting on her? She sped over the gables. Just shoot him, Holst, Giels bellowed, desperation sawing at his voice. Shoot him in the head. Kaz, Kaz snorted in disgust. Do you really think that secret would die with me? Go on, Holst, he called. Put a bullet in my skull. Put a bullet in my skull. There will be messengers sprinting to your wife and your watch captain's door before I hit the ground. No shot came. How? Gil said bitterly. How did you even know who would be on duty tonight? I had to pay through the gills to get that roster. You couldn't have outbid me. Let's say my currency carries more sway. Money is money. I trade in information, Gills. The things men do when they think no one is looking. Shame holds more value than coin ever can. He was grandstanding, and Inej saw that, buying her time as she leapt over the slate shingles. Are you worrying about the second guard? Good old Bert Van Dal? Kaz asked. Maybe he's up there right now, wondering what he should do. Shoot me? Shoot Holst? Or maybe I got to him too, and he's getting ready to blow a hole in your chest, Gills. He leaned in as if he and Gills were sharing a great secret. Why not give Van Dal the order and find out? Gills opened and closed his mouth like a carp, then bellowed, Van Dal! Just as Van Dal parted his lips to answer, Inej slipped up behind him and placed a blade to his throat. She'd barely had time to pick out his shadow and slide down the roof tiles. Saints, Kaz liked to cut it close. Shh, she whispered in Vandal's ear. She gave him a tiny jab in the side so he could feel the point of her second dagger pressed against his kidney. Please, he moaned, I like it when men beg, she said. But this isn't the time for it. Below, she could see Gilles' chest rising and falling with panicked breath. Van Dal, he shouted again. There was rage on his face when he turned back to Kaz. Always one step ahead, aren't you? Gilles, when it comes to you, I'd say I have a running start. But Gilles just smiled. Oh no. The ads tongue tied. Why I see no cats around. Oh my god, Eli. Eli. Maybe I'm just flustered because you're here listening, Eli. Alright, I will save my book where it is. I hope you guys are enjoying it. I'm sorry I keep like tripping over my words today. I don't know what's up with me. I'm also like probably low key dehydrated though, so hi Carl, how you doing? Hola Carlito. I'm reading Six of Crows tonight. We're on chapter 2. Well, we're getting close to the end of chapter 2, I think. Or we're like halfway through it. It's getting good. How you doing? I know the ads are going. Is good? Yes. This is one of my favorite books. It's a fantasy book. But the ads are going, so that's why I'm paused. I'm gonna turn off my little space heater. There we go. My space heater's off now. Christ. What? The water that I drank? I had a space heater on and I closed it. Or are you talking about me, Carl? You flirt. I couldn't help it. I had to tease you just a little bit. Just a little bit. Sorry, Carl. How you been? It's been forever. I don't remember. Have I told you Happy New Year's yet? Because Happy New Year's if I haven't. Oh my god. Oh, the bruh. Oh, you're killing me. I Sally. I like to play around. Yes, Happy New Year's. I love that you get so done with me when I tell stupid jokes. Welcome back from the ads, darlings. I just realized, am I still? Oh, I am. Oops. Hold up. Here you go. Oh my god. All right. We'll continue. I think we're like halfway through chapter two. All right. Yeah. But Gilles just smiled, a tiny smile, tight and satisfied, a victor's smile, Inez realized with fresh fear. The race isn't over yet. Gilles reached into his jacket and pulled out a heavy black pistol. Finally, Cass said, the big reveal. Now Jesper can stop keening over Bolliger like a wet-eyed woman. Jesper stared at the gun with stunned, furious eyes. Bolliger searched him. Oh, big ball, you idiot, he groaned. Inej couldn't believe what she was seeing. The guard in her arms released a tiny squeak. In her anger and surprise, she'd accidentally tightened her grip. Relax, she said, easing her hold, but, all saints, she wanted to put a knife through something. Big Bolliger had been the one to pat down Gilles. There was no way he could have missed the pistol. He'd betrayed them. Was that why Cass had insisted on bringing Big Bolliger here tonight? So he'd have public confirmation that Bolliger had gone over to the Black Tips? It was certainly why he'd let Hulse put a bullet in Bolliger's gut. But so what? Now everyone knew Big Ball was a traitor. Cass still had a gun pointed at his chest. Gil smirked. Kaz Brecker, the great escape artist. How are you going to wriggle your way out of this one? Going out the same way I came in. Kaz ignored the pistol, turning his attention to the big man lying on the ground. Do you know what your problem is, Bolliger? He jabbed at the wound in Big Ball's stomach with the tip of his cane. That wasn't a rhetorical question. Do you know what your biggest problem is? Bolliger mewed. No. Give me a guess, Kaz hissed. Big Ball said nothing, just released another trembling whimper. All right, I'll tell you. You're lazy. I know it. Everyone knows it. So I had to ask myself why my laziest bouncer was getting up early twice a week to walk 2 extra miles to Silla's Fry for breakfast. Especially when the eggs are so much better at the Cooperon. Big Ball becomes an early riser, the black tips start throwing their weight around Fifth Harbor, and they then intercepted our biggest shipment of Jurda. It wasn't a tough connection to make, he sighed and said to Gilles. This is what happens when stupid people start making big plans, yeah? Doesn't matter much now, does it? Replied Gilles. This gets ugly. I'm shooting from close range. Maybe your guards get me or my guys, but no way you're going to dodge this bullet. Cass stepped into the barrel of the gun so it was pressed directly against his chest. No way at all, Gilles. You think I won't do it? Oh, I think you'd do it gladly, with a song in your black heart. But you won't. Not tonight. Gil's finger twitched on the trigger. Kaz, Jesper said, this whole shoot me thing is starting to concern me. Uman didn't bother to object to Casper mouthing off this time. One man was down. Neutral territory had been violated. The sharp tang of gunpowder already hung in the air. Along with it a question, unspoken in the quiet, as if the Reaper himself awaited the answer. How much blood will be shed tonight? In the distance, a siren wailed. 19 Burstrat, Cass said. Gilles had been shifting slightly from foot to foot. Now he went very still. That's your girl's address, isn't it, Gilles? Gilles swallowed. Don't have a girl. Oh, yes, you do, crooned Kaz. She's pretty, too. Well, pretty enough for a fink like you. Seems sweet. You love her, don't you? Even from the rooftop, Inej could see the sheen of sweat on Gilles' waxen face. Of course you do. No one that fine should ever have looked twice at a barreled scum like you, but she's different. She finds you charming. Sure sign of madness, if you ask me. But love is strange that way. Does she like to rest her pretty head on your shoulder? Listen to you talk about your day. Gilles looked at Kaz as if he was finally seeing him for the first time. The boy he had been talking to had been cocky, reckless, easily amused, but not frightening. Not really. Now, the monster was here, dead-eyed and unafraid. Kaz Brecker was gone, and Dirty Hands had come to see the rough work done. She lives at 19 Burstrat, Kaz said in his gravelly rasp. 3 floors up, geraniums in the window boxes. There are 2 dregs waiting outside her door right now, and if I don't walk out of here whole and feeling righteous, they will set that place alight from floor to rooftop. It will go up in seconds, burning from both ends with poor Elise trapped in the middle. Her blonde hair will catch first, like the wick of a candle. You're bluffing, said Gilles, but his pistol hand was trembling. Kaz lifted his head and inhaled deeply. getting late now. You heard that siren. I smell the harbor on the wind. Sea and salt and maybe is that smoke I smell too? There was a pleasure in voice. There was pleasure in his voice. Oh, saints, Kaz, Inej thought miserably. What have you done now? Again, Gil's finger twitched on the trigger and Inej tensed. I know, Gils, I know, Kaz said sympathetically. All that planning and scheming and bribing for nothing. That's what you're thinking right now. How bad it will feel to walk home knowing that you've lost. How angry your boss is going to be when you show up empty handed and that much poorer for it. How satisfying it would be to put a bullet in my heart. You can do it. Pull the trigger. We can all go down together. They can take our bodies to the Reaper's barge for burning, like all the paupers go. Or you can take the blow to your pride, go back to Burstrat, lay your head in your girl's lap, fall asleep still breathing, and dream of revenge. It's up to you, Gilles. Do we get to go home tonight? Gilles searched Kaz's gaze, and whatever he saw there made his shoulders sag. Inej was surprised to feel a pang of pity for him. He'd walked into this place buoyed on bravado, a survivor, a champion of the barrel. He'd leave as another victim of Kaz Brecker. You'll get what's coming to you someday, Brecker. I will, said Kaz, if there's any justice in the world, and we all know how likely that is. Gilles let his arm drop. The pistol hung uselessly by his side. Kaz stepped back, brushing the front of his shirt where the gun barrel had rested. Go tell your general to keep the black tips out of Fifth Harbor, and that we expect him to make amends for the shipment of Jurda we lost. Plus 5% for drawing steel on neutral ground, and 5% more for being such a spectacular bunch of asses. Then Kaz's cane swung in a sudden sharp arc. Gil screamed as his wrist bone shattered. The gun clattered to the paving stones. I stood down, cried Gil, cradling his hand. I stood down. You draw on me again, I'll break both your wrists, and you'll have to hire someone to help you piss. Kaz tipped the brim of his hat up with the head of his cane. Or maybe you can get the lovely Elise to do it for you. Kaz crouched down beside Bolliger. The big man whimpered. Look at me, Bolliger. Assuming you don't bleed to death tonight, you have until sunset tomorrow to get out of Ketterdam. I hear you're anywhere near the city limits, and they'll find you stuffed in a keg at Silla's Fry. Then he looked at Gilles. You help Bolliger, or I find out he's running with the black tips. Don't think I won't come after you. Please, Kaz, moaned Bolliger. You had a home, and you put a wrecking ball through the front door, Bolliger. Don't look for sympathy from me. He rose and checked his pocket watch. I didn't expect this to go on so long. I'd best be on my way, or poor Lise will be getting a trifle warm. Gilles shook his head. There's something wrong with you, Brecker. I don't know what you are, but you're not made right. Kaz cocked his head to one side. You're from the suburbs, aren't you, Gilles? Came to the city to try your luck. He smoothed his lapel with one gloved hand. Well, I'm the kind of bastard they only manufacture in the barrel. Despite the loaded gun at the black tip's feet, Cass turned his back on them and limped across the cobblestones toward the eastern arch. Jesper squatted down next to Bolliger and gave him a gentle pat on the cheek. Idiot, he said sadly, and followed Kaz out of the exchange. From the roof, Inej continued to watch as Uman picked up and holstered Gil's guns, and the black tips said a few quiet words to each other. Don't leave, Big Bolliger begged. Don't leave me. He tried to cling to the cuff of Gil's trousers. Gil shook him off. They left him curled on his side, leaking blood onto the cobblestones. Inej plucked Vandal's rifle from his hands before she released him. Go home, she told the guard. He cast a single terrified glance over his shoulder and sprinted off down the walkway. Far below, Big Ball had started trying to drag himself across the floor of the exchange. He might be stupid enough to cross. He might be stupid enough to cross Kaz Brecker, but he'd survived this long in the barrel, and that took will. He might make it. Help him, a voice inside her said. Until a few moments ago, he'd been her brother in arms. It seemed wrong to leave him alone. She could go to him, offer to put him out of his misery quickly, hold his hand as he passed. She could fetch a medic to save him. Instead, she spoke a quick prayer in the language of her saints and began the steep climb down the outer wall. Inej pitied the boy who might die alone with no one to comfort him in his last hours, or who might live and spend his life as an exile. But the night's work wasn't yet over, and the Wraith didn't have time for traitors. All right. I love that the very first showdown we get of Kaz. It's so good. All right. Chapter 3, Kaz. Cheers greeted Kaz as he emerged from the eastern arch, Jesper trailing behind him, and, if Kaz was any judge, already working himself into a sulk.
Hey, hey.
Oh my god. Hello, welcome in. Hello, Inspector Food. They were last playing writing and reading. A mystery wrapped in an enigma, served with a side of adventure. One minute they're letting chat write the story, the next they're like, I don't know how you got here either. Are they a literary genius, a reluctant streamer? You decide. I love that. Also, thank you for the follow. Hello. I'm reading I'm reading Six of Crows by Leigh Bardugo, and we're about to start chapter 3. So welcome on in. I hope you guys are kind of familiar with this, or if you're all right with me, or you're all right with just like hearing where we picked up. Sorry. At least the good thing is, my ads already went, so thank you. Oh, thank you for thank you for the follow. Y'all are making my night. I hope y'all are doing well. Yeah, I'm gonna keep reading this. I'm sorry, I don't know how to react when I'm not talking about a game. Hello, welcome in. Welcome to the sanctuary. I call my community the Starlings, so welcome in. um, we're reading my favorite fantasy book. This is The Six of Crows, the duology by Leigh Bardugo. And I was very fortunate and I got my copy signed from her when I went to the LA Book Festival like 2 years ago. But yeah, we're on chapter 3. Things have just gone down. Like a few things have gone down. This book starts out pretty intense, so I'm so excited. I hope you guys are like okay with just like listening in and stuff. Even though you might be a little bit lost. I hope you guys don't mind. Inspector, can I ask what you were reading? Oh, thanks for the hydrate, Kenma. Yes, I need to do human maintenance. Everyone, take a drink of water, please. Especially because I keep fumbling my words tonight. Gosh. Yeah, or what were you writing? Yeah. If you're still around, or if you got a raid and run, totally cool too. All right. Chapter 3, Kaz. Cheers greeted Kaz as he emerged from the eastern arch, Jesper trailing behind him, and, if Kaz was any judge, already working himself into a sulk. Dierix, Roddy, and the others charged at them, whooping and shouting. Jesper's revolver was held aloft. The crew had gotten the barest glimpse of the proceedings with Gills, but they heard most of it. Now they were chanting, "The Bershad is on fire. The dregs don't have no water." I can't believe he just turned tail, jeered Roddy. He had a loaded pistol in his hand. Tell us what you had on the guard, Dierks begged. Can't be the usual stuff. I heard about a guy in Sloken who liked to roll around in apple syrup and then get two. I'm not talking, said Kaz. Hulse could prove useful in the future. The mood was jittery, and their laughter had the frantic serration that came with near disaster. Some of them had expected a fight and were still itching for one. But Kaz knew there was more to it, and he hadn't missed the fact that no one mentioned Big Bolliger's name. They'd been badly shaken by his betrayal, both the revelation and the way Kaz had delivered punishment. Beneath all that jostling and whooping, there was fear. Good. Kaz relied on the fact that the dregs were all murderers, thieves, and liars. He just had to make sure they didn't make a habit of lying to him. Kaz dispatched two of them to keep an eye on Big Ball and to make sure that if he made it to his feet, he left the city. The rest could return to the Slat and the Crow Club to drink off their worry, make some trouble, and spread word of the night's events. They'd tell what they'd seen, embroider the rest, and and with every retelling, Dirty Hands would get crazier and more ruthless. But Kaz had business to attend, and his first stop would be Fifth Harbor. Jesper stepped into his path. You should have let me know about Big Bolliger, he said in a fierce whisper. Don't tell me my business, Jess. You think I'm dirty too? If I thought you were dirty, you'd be holding your guts in on the floor of the exchange like Big Balls, so stop running your mouth. Jesper shook his head and rested his hands on the revolvers he'd reclaimed from Dierix. Whenever he got cranky, he liked to lay hands on a gun, like a child seeking the comfort of a favorite doll. It would have been easy enough to make peace. Cass could have told Jesper that he knew he wasn't dirty, reminded him that he trusted him enough to make him his only real second in a fight that could have gone badly wrong tonight. Instead, he said, Go on, Jesper. There's a line of credit waiting for you at the Crow Club. Play till morning or your luck runs out, whichever comes first. Jesper scowled, but he couldn't keep the hungry gleam from his eye. Another bribe? I'm a creature of habit. Lucky for you, I am too. He hesitated long enough to say, You don't want us with you? Gil's boys are gonna be riled after that. Let them come, Cass said, and turned down the Nemstrat without another word. If you couldn't walk by yourself through Ketterdam after dark, then you might as well just hang a sign that read soft around your neck and lie down for a beating. I was just letting chat come up with it whatever. We were doing a space sci-fi. Ooh, that sounds fun. Ooh, wait. Okay, that sounds like a cool idea, really. Why are you bumbling words? Got a case stripped pick stuck on your mind? Is your mind melting? Well, maybe not K, but maybe you, Eli. No. I couldn't help it, teddy bear. It's just too funny. That does sound really cool. Actually, like that's like something we should do with the RP stuff, sis. Like letting people make their own OCs for the for DU. Oh, but I love that. Yeah, space sci-fi. That sounds pretty cool. I hope you guys had like a really fun. Yeah, we did wheel spins for like genre setting. Ooh, okay. I see. I see. That sounds awesome. That does sound like it'd be fun to do with the with the audience. It's like I said, it's something me and Sis should look into doing maybe. I'll have to look I'll have to check that out because that sounds interesting. Which reminds me, I'm gonna follow back. There we go. So hopefully I can like find the VOD for tonight later. Um yeah. He could feel the Dreg's eyes on his back as he headed over the bridge. He didn't need to hear their whispers to know what they would say. They wanted to drink with him, hear him explain how he'd known Big Bolliger had gone over to the Black Tips, listen to him describe the look in Gil's eyes when he dropped his pistol. But they'd never get it from Kaz, and if they didn't like it, they could find another crew to run with. No matter what they thought of him, they'd walk a little taller tonight. It was why they stayed, why they gave their best approximation of loyalty for him. When he'd officially become a member of the Dregs, he'd been 12, and the gang had been a laughingstock. Street kids and washed up cadgers running shell games and penny poor cons out of a rundown house in the worst part of the barrel. But he hadn't needed a great gang, just one he could make great. One that needed him. Now they had their own territory, their own gambling hall, and that rundown house had become the slat. A dry, warm place to get a hot meal or hole up when you were wounded. Now the dregs were feared. Kaz had given them that. He didn't owe them small talk on top of it. Besides, Jesper would smooth it all over. A few drinks in and a few hands up, and the sharpshooter's good nature would return. He held a grudge about as well as he held his liquor, and he had a gift for making Kaz's victory sound like they belonged to everyone. As Kaz headed down one of the little canals that would take him past Fifth Harbor, he realized he felt saints. He almost felt hopeful. Maybe he should see a medic. The black tips had been nipping at his heels for weeks, and now he'd forced them to play their hand. His leg wasn't too bad either, despite the winter chill. The ache was always there, but tonight it was just a dull throb. Still, a part of him wondered if the parlay was some sort of test for Haskell had set for him. Haskell was perfectly capable of convincing himself that he was the genius making the dregs prosper, especially if one of his cronies was whispering in his ear. That idea didn't sit easy, but Cass could worry about Haskell tomorrow. For now, he'd make sure everything was running on schedule at the harbor, and then head home to the slat for some much-needed sleep. He knew Inej was shadowing him. She'd been with him all the way from the exchange. He didn't call out to her. She would make herself visible when she was good and ready. Usually he liked the quiet. In fact, he would have happily sewn most people's lips shut. When she wanted to, Inej had a way of making you feel her silence. It tugged at your edges. Kaz managed to endure it all the way past the iron railings of Zent's Bridge, the grating covered in little bits of rope tied in elaborate knots. Sailors' prayers for safe return from sea, superstitious rot. Finally, he gave in and said, "Spit it out already, Wraith." "Spit it out already, Wraith." Her voice came from the dark. "You didn't send anyone to Burstrat. Why would I, if Gills doesn't get there in time? No one's setting fires at 19 Burstrat. I heard the siren. A happy accident. I take inspiration where I find it. You were bluffing then." She was never in danger. Cash shrugged, unwilling to give her an answer. Inej was always trying to wring little bits of decency from him. When everyone knows you're a monster, you needn't waste time doing every monstrous thing. Why did you even agree to meet him if you knew it was a setup? She was somewhere to the right of him, moving without a sound. He'd heard other members of the gang say she moved like a cat, but he suspected cats would sit attentively at her feet to learn her methods. "I'd call the night a success," he said. "Wouldn't you? You were nearly killed. So was Jesper. Gills emptied the Black Tips coffers paying useless bribes. We've outed a traitor. Reestablish her claim on Fifth Harbor, and I don't have a scratch on me. It was a good night. How long have you known about Big Bolliger? Weeks. We're going to be short-staffed. That reminds me. Let Rojak go. Why? There's no one like him at the tables. Lots of sobs know their way around a deck of cards. Rojak is a little too quick. He's skimming. He's a good dealer, and he has a family to provide for. You could give him a warning. Take a finger. Then he wouldn't be a good dealer anymore, would he? When a dealer was caught skimming money from a gambling hall, their floor boss would cut off one of his pinky fingers. It was one of those ridiculous punishments that had somehow become codified in the gangs. It it threw off the skimmer's balance, forced him to relearn his shuffle, and showed any future employer that he had to be watched. But it also made him clumsy at the tables. It meant he was focusing on simple things like the mechanics of the deal instead of watching the players. Kaz couldn't see Inej's face in the dark, but he sensed her disapproval. Greed is your god, Kaz. He almost laughed at that. No, Inej. Greed bows to me. It is my servant and my lever. And what god do you serve then? Whichever will grant me good fortune. I don't think gods work that way. I don't think I care. She blew out an exasperated breath. Despite everything she'd been through, Inej still believed her Suli saints were watching over her. Kaz knew it, and for some reason he loved to rile her. He wished he could read her expression now. There was always something so satisfying about the little furrow between her black brows. How did you know I would get to Van Dal in time? She asked. Because you always do. You should have given me more warning. I thought your saints would appreciate the challenge. For a while she said nothing. Then, from somewhere behind him, he heard her. Men mock the gods until they need them, Kaz. He didn't see her go, only sensed her absence. Kaz gave an irritated shake of his head. To say he trusted an edge would be stretching the point. But he could admit to himself that he'd come to rely on her. It had been a gut decision to pay off her indenture with the menagerie, and it had cost the dregs sorely. Perhaps had needed convincing, but Nedge was one of the best investments Kaz had ever made. That she was so very good at remaining unseen made her an excellent thief of secrets, the best in the barrel, but the fact that she could simply erase herself bothered him. She didn't even have a scent. All people carried scents, and those scents told stories. The hint of carbolic on a woman's fingers, or wood smoke in her hair, the wet wool of a man's suit, or the tinge of gunpowder lingering in his shirt cuffs. But not an edge. She'd somehow mastered invisibility. She was a valuable asset. So why couldn't she just do her job and spare him her moods? Suddenly, Kaz wasn't alone. He paused, listening. He cut through a tight alley split by a murky canal. There was no street lamps here and little foot traffic. Nothing but the bright moon and the small boats bumping against the moorings. He dropped his guard, let his mind give in to distraction. A man's dark shape appeared at the head of the alley. What business? Kaz asked. The shape lunged at him. Kaz swung his cane in a low arc. It should have made direct contact with his attacker's legs, but instead, it sailed through empty space. Kaz stumbled, thrown off balance by the force of his swing. Then somehow the man was standing right in front of him. A fist connected with Kaz's jaw. Kaz shook off the stars that rocketed through his head. He spun back around and swung again, but no one was there. The weighted head of Kaz's walking stick whooshed through nothing and cracked against the wall. He felt the cane torn from his hands by someone on his right. Was there more than one of them? And then a figure stepped through the wall. Kaz's mind stuttered and reeled, trying to explain what he was seeing as a cluster of mist became a cloak. Boots, the pale flash of a face. Ghost, Kaz thought. A boy's fear, but it came with absolute surety. Geordie had come for his vengeance at last. It's time to pay your debts, Kaz. You never get something for nothing. The thought passed through Kaz's mind in a humiliating, gibbering wave of panic. Then the phantom was upon him, and he felt a sharp jab of a needle in his neck. A ghost with a syringe? Fool, he thought, and then he was in the dark. Sorry, let me catch up on chat. Uh Thank you. My first time in this category, so I relate to getting used to talking when not specifically gaming, right? Yeah. I me me and Kay have done a stream together where we were reading a spicy book together, but that's different. It feels different than this when I'm reading by myself. I'm like I don't know. But I hope you guys are enjoying the story. Um to me it's interesting, so I love it. Kaz woke to the sharp scent of ammonia. Thank you. Thank you, Spectre. I'm sorry if I'm stuttering a bit today. I don't know why I'm like having so much trouble today. think I'm just so excited I'm reading this that I'm like tripping over my words. Oh my god. Kaz woke to the sharp scent of ammonia. His head jerked back as he returned fully to consciousness. The old man in front of him wore the robes of a university medic. He had a bottle of wolf salts in his hand that he was waving beneath Kaz's nose. The stink was nearly unbearable. Get away from me, Kaz rasped. The medic eyed him dispassionately, returning the wolf salts to their leather pouch. Kaz flexed his fingers, but that was all he could do. He'd been shackled to a chair with his arms behind his back. Whatever injected him with had left him groggy. The medic moved aside, and Kaz blinked twice, trying to clear his vision and make sense of the absurd luxury of his surroundings. He'd expected to wake in the den of the Black Tips or some other rival gang, but this wasn't cheap barrel flash. A squat decked out a squat decked out like this took real money. Mahogany panels dense with carvings of frothing waves and flying fish. Shelves lined with books, lighted windows, and he was fairly sure that was a real decapple. One of those demure oil portraits of a lady with a book open in her lap and a lamb lying at her feet. The man observing him from behind a broad desk had the prosperous look of a merchant. But if this was his house, why were there armed members of the Stadwatch guarding the door? Damn it, Kaz thought. Am I under arrest? If so, this merch was in for a surprise. Thanks to Ned, she had information on every judge, bailiff, and high councilman in Kirch. He'd be out of his cell before sunrise. Except he wasn't in a cell. He was chained to a chair. So what the hell was going on? Sorry, I'm like trying to like clear my throat. Jesus. Except he wasn't in a cell. He was chained to a chair. So what the hell was going on? The man was in his 40s with a gaunt but handsome face and a hairline making a determined retreat from his forehead. When Kaz met his gaze, the man cleared his throat and pressed his fingers together. Mr. Brecker, I hope you're not feeling too poorly. Get this old canker away from me. I feel fine. The merch gave a nod to the medic. You may go. Please send me your bill, and I would, of course, appreciate your discretion in this matter. The medic secured his bag and exited the room. As he did, the mercer rose and picked up a sheaf of papers from his desk. He wore the perfectly cut frock coat and vest of all Kirch merchants. Dark, refined, deliberately staid. But the pocket watch and tie pin told Kaz all he needed to know. Heavy links of laurel leaves made up the watch's gold fob, and the pin was a massive, perfect ruby. I'm going to pry that fat jewel from its setting and jab the pin right through your merchant neck for chaining me to a chair, Kaz thought. But all he said was, Van Eck. The man nodded. No bow, of course. Merchants didn't bow to scum from the barrel. You know me, then. Kaz knew the symbols and jewels of all the Kirch merchant houses. Van Eck's crest was the red laurel. It didn't take a professor to make the connection. I know you, he said. You're one of those merch crusaders always trying to clean the barrel. Van Eck gave another small nod. I try to find men honest work. Kaz laughed. What's the difference between wagering at the Crow Club and speculating on the floor of the exchange? One is theft and the other is commerce. When a man loses his money, he may have trouble telling them apart. The barrel is a den of filth, vice, violence. How many of the ships you keep send how many of the ships you send sailing out of the Keverdrum harbor never return? That doesn't 1 out of 5, Vanek. 1 out of every 5 vessels you send seeking coffee in Jurda and bolts of silk sinks to the bottom of the sea, crashes on the rocks, falls prey to pirates. 1 out of 5 crews dead, their bodies lost to foreign wars, food for deep sea fishes. Let's not speak of violence. I won't argue ethics with a stripling from the barrel. Kaz didn't really expect him to. He was just stalling for time as he tested the tightness of the cuffs around his wrists. He let his fingers feel along the length of the chain as far as they were able, still puzzling over where Van Eck had brought him. Though Kaz had never met the man himself, he'd had cause to learn the layout of Van Eck's house inside and out. Wherever they were, it wasn't this member's mansion. It wasn't this mercher's mansion. Since you didn't bring me here to philosophize, what business? It was a question spoken at the opening of any meeting, a greeting from a peer, not a plea from a prisoner. I have a proposition for you. Rather, the council does. Kaz hid his surprise. Does the merchant council begin all negotiations with a beating? Consider it a warning and a demonstration. Kaz remembered the shape from the alley, the way it had appeared and disappeared like a ghost. Geordie. He gave himself an internal shake. Not Jordy, you podge. Focus. They'd snapped him because he'd been flushed off of victory and distracted. This wasn't his punishment, and it wasn't a mistake he'd make again. That doesn't explain the phantom. For now, he pushed the thought aside. What possible use would the Merchant Council have for me? Vanek thumbed through the papers in his hand. You were first arrested at 10, he said, scanning the papers. Everyone remembers their first time. Twice again that year, twice at 11. You were picked up when the Sadwash roused at a gambling hall when you were 14, but you haven't served any time since. It was true. No one had managed a pinch on Kaz in 3 years. I cleaned up, Kaz said, found honest work, live a life of industry and prayer. Don't blaspheme, Van Eyck said mildly, but his eyes flashed briefly with anger. A man of faith, Kaz noted, as his mind sorted through everything he knew about Van Eyck. Prosperous, pious, a widower, recently remarried to a bride not much older than Kaz himself, and, of course, there was the mystery of Van Eyck's son. Van Eyck continued paging through the file. You run book on prize fights, horses, and your own games of chance. You've been floor boss at the Crow Club for more than 2 years. You're the youngest to ever run a betting shop, and you've doubled its profits in that time. You're a blackmailer. I broker information. A con artist. I create opportunity. A bawd and a murderer. I don't run whores, and I kill for a cause. And what cause is that? Same as yours, Merch. Jesus, that was loud. I'm sorry if you guys picked up the car in the background. Jesus. Um, I don't run whores and I kill for a cause. And what cause is that? Same as yours, Merch. Profit. How do you get your information, Mr. Brecker? You might say I'm a lockpick. You must be a very gifted one. I am indeed, Kaz leaned back slightly. You see, every man is a safe, a vault of secrets and longings. Now, there are those who take the brute's way, but I prefer a gentler approach. The right pressure applied at the right moment in the right place. It's a delicate thing. Do you always speak in metaphors, Mr. Brecker? Do you always speak in metaphors, Mr. Brecker? Cass smiled. It's not a metaphor. He was out of his chair before his chains hit the ground. He left the desk, snatching a letter opener from its surface in one hand and catching hold of the front of Van Eyck's shirt with the other. The fine fabric. Sorry. The fine fabric bunched as he pressed the blade to Van Eyck's throat. Kaz was dizzy, and his limbs felt creaky from being trapped in the chair, but everything seemed sunnier with a weapon in his hand. Van Eyck's guards were facing him, all with guns and swords drawn. He could feel the merchant's heart pounding beneath the wool of his suit. I don't think I need to waste breath on threats, Kaz said. Tell me how to get to the door. I'm taking you through the window with me. I think I can change your mind. Kaz gave him a little jostle. I don't care who you are or how big that ruby is. You don't take me from my own streets, and you don't try to make a deal with me while I'm in chains. Micah, Van Eyck called. And then it happened again. A boy walked through the library wall. He was pale as a corpse and wore an embroidered blue Grisha tidemaker's coat with red and gold ribbon at the lapel, indicating his association with Van Eyck's house. But not even Grisha could just stroll through a wall. Drugged, Cass thought, trying not to panic. I've been drugged. Or it was some kind of illusion, the kind they performed in the theater's off-beat stave. A girl cut in half, doves A girl cut in half, doves from a teapot. What the hell is this? He growled. Let me go and I'll explain. You can explain right where you are. Vanek tuffed a short, shaky breath. What you're seeing are the effects of Jurda Parem. Jurda is just a stimulant. The little dried blossoms were grown in Novia Zem and sold in shops all over Ketterdam. In his early days in the dregs, Cass had chewed them to stay alert during stakeouts. It had stained his teeth orange for days after. It's harmless, he said. Jurda Parem is something completely different, and it is most definitely not harmless. So you did drug me. Not you, Mr. Brecker. Micah. Cass took in the sickly pallor of the Grisha's face. He had dark hollows beneath his eyes and the fragile, trembling build of someone who had missed several meals and didn't seem to care. Jurda Parem is a cousin to ordinary Jurda, Van Eyck continued. It comes from the same plant. We're not sure the process by which the drug is made, but a sample of it was sent to the Kirch Merchants Council by a scientist named Bo-Yul Bayur. Shu? Yes, he wished to defect. So he wished to defect. So he sent us a sample to convince us of his claims regarding the drug's extraordinary effects. Please, Mr. Brecker, this is a most uncomfortable position. If you'd like, I will give you a pistol, and we can sit and discuss this in a more civilized fashion. A pistol and my cane. Van Eyck gestured to one of his guards, who exited the room and returned a moment later with Kaz's walking stick. Kaz was just glad he used the damn door. Pistol first, Kaz said, slowly. The guard unholstered his weapon and handed it to Kaz by the grip. Kaz grabbed and cocked it in one quick movement, then released Van Eck, tossed the letter opener onto the desk, and snatched his cane from the guard's hand. The pistol was more useful, but the cane brought Kaz a relief he didn't care to quantify. Van Eck took a few steps backward, putting distance between himself and Kaz's loaded gun. He didn't seem eager to sit. Neither was Kaz, so he kept close to the window, ready to bolt if need be. Van Eck took a deep breath and tried to set his suits to rights. That cane is quite a piece of hardware, Mr. Brecker. Is it fabricator made? It was, in fact. The work of a Grisha fabricator, lead lined and perfectly weighed for breaking bones. None of your business. Get talking, Van Eck. The merchant cleared his throat. When Bo-Yul Bayur sent us the sample of Jirda Parem, we fed it to 3 Grisha, one from each order. Happy volunteers? Indentures, Van Eck conceded. The first two were a fabricator and a healer, indentured to Councilman Hode. Mika is a tide maker. He's mine. You've seen what he can do using the drug. Hode. Why did that name ring a bell? I don't know what I've seen, Cass said as he glanced at Mika. The boy's gaze was focused intently on Van Eck as if awaiting his next command, or maybe another fix. Oh, I gotta hit the hay, but so nice to catch your stream. Keep it up. Oh, thank you, Inspector. Yes, get some sleep. Good night. Sweet dreams. Thank you for coming and supporting and bringing your community with. I appreciate it. Oh my gosh. Um. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to catch one of your streams one of these days. Bye. Have a good night. Um. Or maybe another fix. An ordinary tide maker can control currents, summon water or moisture from the air or a nearby source. They manage the tides in our harbor, but under the influence of Jirda Param, a tide maker can alter his own state from solid to liquid to gas and back again, and do the same with other objects, even a wall. Kaz was tempted to deny it, but he couldn't explain what he'd just seen any other way. How? It's hard to say. You're aware of the amplifiers some Grisha wear. I've seen them, Kaz said. Animal bones, teeth, scales. I hear they're hard to come by. Very. But they only increase a Grisha's power. Jirda Parem alters a Grisha's perception. So, Grisha manipulate matter at its most fundamental levels. They call it the small science. Yeah, they call it the small science. Under the influence of Parem, those manipulations become faster and far more precise. In theory, Jirda Parem is just a stimulant like its ordinary cousin, but it seems to sharpen and hone a Grisha's senses. They can make connections with extraordinary speed. Things become possible that simply shouldn't be. What does it do to sorry sobs like you and me? Vanek seemed to bristle slightly at being lumped in with Kaz, but he said it. But he said, it's lethal. An ordinary mind cannot tolerate Prem in even the lowest doses. You said you gave it to 3 Grisha. What can the others do? Here, Vanek said, reaching for a drawer in his desk. Kaz lifted his pistol. Easy. With exaggerated slowness, Van Eyck slid his hand into the desk drawer and pulled out a lump of gold. This started as lead. Like hell it did. Van Eyck shrugged. I can only tell you what I saw. The fabricator took a piece of lead in his hands, and moments later, we had this. How do you even know it's real? Asked Kaz. It has the same melting point as gold, the same weight and malleability. If it's not identical to gold in every way, the difference has eluded us. Have it tested if you like. Kaz tucked his cane under his arm and took the heavy lump from Van Eyck's hand. He slipped it into his pocket. Whether it was real or just a convincing imitation, a chunk of yellow that big could buy plenty on the streets of the barrel. You could have gotten that anywhere, Cass pointed out. I would bring Hode's fabricator here to show you himself, but he isn't well. Kaz's gaze flicked to Micah's sickly face and damp brow. The drug clearly came with a price. Let's say this is all true and not cheap coin trick magic. What does it have to do with me? Perhaps you heard the shoe paying off the entirety of the debt to the Kirch with a sudden influx of gold, the assassination of the trade ambassador from Novia Zem, the theft documents from a military base in Ravka. So that was the secret behind the murder of the ambassador in the washroom, and the gold in those shoe ships must 3 shoe ships must have been fabricator made. Cass hadn't heard anything about Ravkan documents, but he nodded anyway. We believe all these occurrences are the work of Grisha under the control of the Shu government and under the influence of Jirda Parem. Vanek rubbed a hand over his jaw. Mr. Brecker, I want you to think for a moment about what I'm telling you. Men who can walk through walls. No vault or fortress will ever be safe again. People who can make gold from lead, or anything else for that matter, and who can alter the very material of the world. Financial markets would be thrown into chaos. The world economy would collapse. The world economy would collapse. Very exciting. What is it you want from me, Vanek? You want me to steal a shipment? The formula? No, I want you to steal the man. Kidnap Bo-Yul Bayur? Save him. A month ago, we received a message from Yul Bayur begging for asylum. He was concerned about his government's plans for Dirta Parem, and we agreed to help him defect. We set up a rendezvous, but there was a skirmish at the drop point. With the shoe? No, with the Fjordens. Cass frowned. The Fjordens must have spies deep in Shu Han or Kirch if they had learned about the drug and Boyle Bayer's plans so quickly. So send some of your agents after him. The diplomatic situation is somewhat delicate. It is essential that our government not be tied to Yul Bayer in any way. You have to know he's probably dead. The Fjordens hate Grisha. There's no way they'd let knowledge of this drug get out. Our, source, our sources say he is very much alive and that he is awaiting trial. Sorry. Our sources say he is very much alive and that he is awaiting trial. Vanek cleared his throat. At the ice court. Cass stared at Vanek for a long minute, then burst out laughing. Well, it's been a pleasure being knocked unconscious and taken captive by you, Vanek. You can be sure your hospitality will be repaid when the time is right. Now, have one of your lackeys show me to the door. We're prepared to offer you 5 million Kruga. Cass pocketed the pistol. He wasn't afraid for his life now, just irritated that this fink had wasted his time. This may come as a surprise to you, Vanek, but we kennel rats value our lives just as much as you do yours. 10 million. There's no point into a fortune I won't live to spend. Where's my hat? Did your tidemaker leave it behind in the alley? 20. Kaz paused. He had the eerie sense that the carved fish on the walls had halted mid-leap to listen. 20 million Kruga? Vanek nodded. He didn't look happy. I'd need to convince a team to walk into a suicide mission. That won't come cheap. That wasn't entirely true. Despite what he'd said to Vanek, there were plenty of people in the barrel who didn't have much to live for. 20 million Kruga is hardly cheap, Vanek snapped. The ice court has never been breached. That's why we need you, Mr. Brecker. It's possible Bo-Yul Bayur is already dead or that he's given up all his secrets to the Fjordans. But we think we have at least a little time to act before the secret of Dirta Parem is put into play. If the Shu have the formula, Yul Bayur claimed he managed to mislead his superiors and keep the specifics of the formula. We think they're operating from whatever limited supply Yul Bayur left behind. Greed bows to me. Maybe Kaz had been a bit too cocky on that front. Now Greed was doing Venek's bidding. The lever was at work, overcoming Kaz's resistance, moving him into place. 20 million Kruga. What kind of job would this be? Kaz didn't know anything about espionage or government squabbles, but why should stealing Bo-Yul Bayur from the ice court be any different from liberating valuables from a merchant's safe? The most well-protected safe in the world, he reminded himself. He'd need a very specialized team, a desperate team that wouldn't balk at the real possibility that they'd never come back from this job, and he wouldn't be able to just pull from the dregs. He didn't have the talents he'd need in their ranks. That meant he'd have to watch his back more than usual. But if they'd managed it, even after Perhasco got his cut, Kaz's share of the scrub would be enough to change everything. To finally put into motion the dream he'd had since he first crawled out of the cold harbor with revenge burning a hole in his heart. His debt to Jordy would be paid at last. There would be other benefits too. The Kirch Council would owe him, to say nothing of what this particular heist would do for his reputation. To infiltrate the impenetrable ice court and snatch a prize from the bastion of Fjerdan nobility and military might. With a job like this under his belt and that kind of scrub at his fingertips, he wouldn't need Praskal anymore. He could start his own operation. But something was off. Why me? Why the dregs? There are more experienced crews out there. Micah started to cough and Kaz saw blood on his sleeve. Sit, Vanek. Sit. Sit, Van Eck instructed gently, helping Micah into a chair and offering the Grisha his handkerchief. He signaled to a guard. Some water. Well, prodded Kaz. How old are you, Mr. Brecker? 17. You haven't been arrested since you were 14, and since I know you are not an honest man any more than you were an honest boy, I can only assume you have the quality I most need in a criminal. You don't get caught. Van Eck smiled slightly then. There's also the matter of my decapple. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. 6 months ago, a decapple oil worth nearly 100,000 Kruga disappeared from my home. quite a loss. It was, especially since I had been assured that my gallery was impenetrable and that the locks on its door were foolproof. I do seem to remember reading about that. Yes, admitted Van Ecker with a small sigh. Pride is a perilous thing. I was eager to show off my acquisition and the lengths I'd gone to in order to protect it. And yet, despite all my safeguards, despite dogs and alarms and the most loyal staff in all of Ketterdam, my painting is gone. My condolences. It has yet to surface anywhere on the world market. Maybe your thief already had a buyer lined up. A possibility, of course, but I'm inclined to believe that the thief took it for a different reason. What would that be? Just to prove that he could. Seems like a stupid risk to me. Well, who can guess at the motives of thieves? Not me, certainly. From what I know of the ice court, whoever stole my decapple is exactly who I need for the job. Then you'd be better off hiring him or her. Indeed, but I'll have to settle for you. Vanek held Kaz's gaze as if he hoped to find a confession written between his eyes. At last, Vanek said, "We have a deal then." "Not so fast. What about the healer?" Vanek looked baffled. "Who?" "You said you gave the drug to a Grisha from each order. Mika's a tidemaker. He's your ethereal He's your etherealnik. The fabricator who mocked up that gold was a materialnik. So what happened to the corporalnik? The healer?" Van Eck winced slightly, but simply said, "Will you accompany Mr. Brecker? Will you accompany me, Mr. Brecker?" Warily keeping one eye on Mika and the guards, Cass followed Van Eck out of the library and down the hall. The house dripped Mercher wealth, walls paneled in dark wood, floors tiled in clean black and white, all in good taste, all perfectly restrained and impeccably and impeccably crafted. But it had the feel of a graveyard. The rooms were deserted, the curtains drawn, the furniture covered in white sheets so that each shadowy chamber they passed looked like some kind of forgotten seascape cluttered with icebergs. Hode. Now the name clicked into place. There had been some kind of incident at Hode's mansion on the Geldstraat last week. The whole place had been cordoned off and crawling with Stadwatch. Cass had heard rumors of a firepox outbreak, but even Inej hadn't been able to learn more. "This is Councilman Hode's house," Cass said, skin crawling. He wanted no part of a plague. But the merchant and his guards didn't seem remotely concerned. "I thought this place was under quarantine." "What happened here is no danger to us, and if you do your job, Mr. Brecker, it never will be." Vanek led him through a door and into a manicured garden, thick with new nectar scent of early crocuses. The smell hit Kaz like a blow to the jaw. Memories of Geordie were already too fresh in his mind, and for a moment, Kaz wasn't walking through the canal side garden of a rich mercher. He was knee deep in spring grasses, hot sun beating down on his cheeks, his brother's voice calling him home. Kaz gave himself a shake. "I need a mug of the darkest, bitterest coffee I can find," he thought. Or maybe a real punch to the jaw. Vanek was leading him to a boathouse that faced the canal. The light filtering out between its shuttered windows cast patterns on the garden path. A single city guard stood at attention beside the door as Van Eck slid a key from his pocket and into the heavy lock. Cass put his sleeve up to his mouth as the stink from the closed-up room reached him. Urine, excrement, so much for spring crocuses. The room was lit by two glass lanterns on the wall. A group of guards stood facing a large iron box, shattered glass littering on the floor at their feet. Some wore the purple uniform of the Stadwatch, others the sea green livery of the Hote House. Through what Kaz now understood had been an observation window, he saw another city guard standing in front of an empty table and two overturned chairs. Like the other, the guard stood with his arms loose at his sides, face blank, eyes forward, gazing at nothing. Van Eck turned up the light on one of the lanterns, and Kaz saw a body in a purple uniform slumped on the floor, eyes closed. Van Eck sighed and crouched down to turn the body over. "We've lost another," he said. The boy was young, the bare scraps of a mustache on his upper lip. Van Eck gave orders to the guards who had let them in, and with help from one of Van Eck's retinue, they lifted the corpse and took it from the room. The other guards didn't react, just continued to stare ahead. Kaz recognized one of them, Henrik Dahlman, the captain of the Stadwatch. "Dahlman?" he queried, but the man made no response. Kaz waved a hand in front of the captain's face, and they gave him a hard flick on the ear. Nothing but a slow, disinterested blink. Kaz raised his pistol and aimed it directly at the captain's forehead. He cocked the hammer. The captain didn't flinch, didn't react. His pupils didn't contract. "He's as good as dead," said Van Eck. "Shoot, blow his brains out. He won't protest and the others won't react." Kaz lowered his weapon, a chill settling deep in his bones. "What is this? What happened to them?" The Grisha was a corporalnik serving her indenture with Councilman Hode's household. He thought because she was a healer and not a heartrender, he was making the safe choice to test the param. Seemed smart enough. Kaz had seen heartrenders at work. They could rupture your cells, burst your heart in your chest, and steal the breath from your lungs, or lower your pulse so that you dropped into a coma, all while never laying a finger on you. If even part of what Van Eck said was true, the idea of one of them dosed with Jurdaparam was a daunting proposition. So the merchants had tried the drug on a healer instead, but apparently things hadn't gone according to plan. You gave her the drug and she killed her master? You and she killed her master? Not exactly, Van Eck said, clearing his throat. They had her in that observation cell. Within seconds of consuming the param, she took control of the guard inside the chamber. How? We don't know exactly, but whatever method she used, it allowed her to subdue these guards as well. That's not possible, isn't it? The brain is just one more organ. The brain is just one more organ, a cluster of cells and impulses. Why shouldn't a Grisha under the influence of Jurdaparam be able to manipulate those impulses? Kaz's disbelief must have shown. Look at these people, Vanek insisted. She told them to wait. And that's exactly what they've done. That's what all they've done since. Kaz studied the silent group more closely. Their eyes weren't blank or dead. Their bodies weren't quite at rest. They were expectant. He suppressed a shiver. He'd seen peculiar things, extraordinary things, but nothing like what he'd witnessed tonight. What happened to Hode? She commanded him to open the door, and when he did, she ordered him to cut the thumb from his hand. We only know how it all happened because a kitchen boy was present. The Grisha girl left him untouched, but he claims Hode carved away his own thumb, smiling all the while. Kaz didn't like the idea of some Grisha moving things around in his head, but he wouldn't be surprised if Hode deserved what he got. If Hode deserved whatever he'd gotten. During Ravka's civil war, a lot of Grisha had fled the fighting and paid their way to Kerch by becoming indentures without realizing that they'd essentially sold themselves into slavery. The Merch is dead. Councilman Hode lost a great deal of blood, but he's in the same state as these men. He's been removed to the country with his family and the staff from his house. Did the Grisha healer go back to Ravka? Kaz asked. Van Eck gestured Kaz out of the eerie boathouse and locked the door behind him. She may have attempted it, he said as they retraced their steps to the garden along the side of the house. We know she secured a small craft, and we suspect she was headed to Ravka. But we found her body washed up 2 days later. But we found her body washed up 2 days ago near Third Harbor. We think she drowned trying to get back into the city. Why would she come back here? For more Jurdaparam. Cass thought of Mika's glittering eyes and waxy skin. It's that addictive? It seems to take only one dose. Once the drug has run its course, it leaves the Grisha's body weakened and the craving is intense. It's quite debilitating. Quite debilitating seemed a little bit of it like a bit of an understatement. The councilman the Council of Tides controlled entry to the Ketterdam harbors. If the drugged healer had tried to return at night in a small boat, she wouldn't have had much of a chance against the current. Cass thought of Mika's gaunt face, the way his clothes hung from his body. The drug had done that to him. He'd been high on Jurdaparam and already greedy for the next dose. He'd also already he'd also looked ready to keel over. How long could a Grisha go on that way? It was an interesting question, but not relevant to the matter at hand. They'd arrived at the front gate. It was time to settle up. 30 million Kruge, Kaz said. We said 20, sputtered Vanek. You said 20. It's clear you're desperate. Kaz glanced back in the direction of the boathouse, where a room full of men simply waited to die. And now I see why. The council will have my head. They'll sing your praises once you have Bo-Yul Bayur safely hidden away wherever you intend to keep him. Novia Zem. Kaz shrugged. You can put him in a coffee pot for all I care. Vanek's gaze locked on his. You've seen what this drug can do. I assure you it's just the beginning. If Jurdaparam is unleashed on the world, war is inevitable. Our trade lines will be destroyed and our markets will collapse. Kerch will not survive it. Our hopes rest with you, Mr. Becker. If you fail, all the world will suffer for it. Oh, it's worse than that, Vanek. If I fail, I don't get paid. The look of disgust on the merchant's face was something that deserved its own decapple oil to commemorate it. Don't look so disappointed. Just think how miserable you would have been to discover this canal rat had a patriotic streak. You might actually have had to uncurl that lip and treat me with something closer to respect. Thank you for sparing me that discomfort, Vanek said disdainfully. He opened the door, then paused. I do wonder what a boy of your intelligence might have amounted to under different circumstances. Asked Geordie, Cass thought with a bitter pang. But he simply shrugged. I'd just be stealing from a better class of sucker. 30 million Kruge. Vanek nodded. 30. The deal is the deal. The deal is the deal, Cass said. They shook. As Van Eyck's neatly manicured hand clasped Kaz's leather-clad fingers, the merchant narrowed his eyes. Why do you wear the gloves, Mr. Brecker? Kaz raised his Kaz raised a brow. I'm sure you've heard the stories. Each more grotesque than the last. Kaz had heard them too. Brecker's hands were stained with blood. Brecker's hands were covered in scars. Brecker had claws and not fingers because he was part demon. Brecker's touch burned like brimstone. A single brush of his bare skin caused your flesh to wither and die. Pick one, said Kaz. Pick one, said Kaz as he vanished into the night, thoughts already turning to 30 million Kruger and the crew he'd need to help him get it. They're all true enough. Homie gotta get that bag. Oh, are you talking about the ads? Yeah, the ads are gonna go in like 30 seconds. I'm sorry. At least it'll give me time to stretch and stuff. Jesus. And then we'll continue on with chapter 4. Because that was the end of chapter 3. Homie gotta get that bag. Hey, hey. Sometimes I deserve it, okay? I'm kidding. I'm not that cocky, but oh God, more what? More reading? I will. I'll continue reading after the ads are done. I don't want to read without the when the ads are going. Oh God, I low key might need to get more water. She want to stretch? Yeah. I guess I'll be back. I'm gonna go get more water because my water is low. It's like probably to here. So I'll be back. Ads? What ads? Oh yeah, Buddha has Buddha is ad free, but yeah. I'll be back. shit. She's lying. She has abandoned us. She went to the land of gaslight. I did not. I'm here. Crazy to me. She has the white pink version of my previous mic. Oh, I do? Nice. If it works, it works. Oh, no problem. I might have stolen her. Hopefully, Kay don't chase me down with a gun. Nah. She'll just be like, Eli, you have to share. That's all that's gonna happen. I'm low key like, I want to take this sweater off, but also I don't know if my top's too revealing for that. Thank you, Buddha, for reminding me to do to, to do to do human maintenance. Don't forget to save. Yep, we're on chapter 4. Don't worry, sis got me a lot of bookmarks that I have right here. Go switch tops. Comfort is best. Well, come on. I guess I'll show you guys first. I'm like, will I get banned on Twitch for this? Or is it fine? It's probably fine. Like it's kind of a crop top, but since I'm wearing a high waisted pants, I'm like, it doesn't. I'm not showing anything, but I'm like, is it too revealing? But also, I don't have anything to show, so maybe it's fine. Maybe I'll be fine. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to turn off my camera to go put on a different shirt. I think it's fine. All right, we'll stay with it. Okay. Also, welcome back from the ad, Starling. Sorry about that. I got to the kitchen and realized my water was literally all the way at the bottom, and I was like, oh. So it took me a while to fill it up. This is a big bottle. If anything, switch off screen. I can, but I feel fine. I don't know. I don't think I'm showing too much. I don't know. I don't know what Twitch's guidelines are with our clothes. Like, I think it's fine. It's probably fine. All right. Chapter 4. Inej. Inej knew the moment Kaz entered the slat. His presence reverberated through the cramped rooms and crooked hallways as every thug, thief, dealer, conman, and steerer came a little more awake. For Haskell's favorite lieutenant was home. The slat wasn't much, just another house in the worst part of the barrel, 3 stories stacked tight on top of each other, crowned with an attic and a gabled roof. Most of the buildings in this part of the city had been built without foundations, many on swampy land where the canals were haphazardly dug. It's fine, you don't have your boobs out, bad joke. You can never show enough. Oh my god, Eli. You Gucci per rules, you're golden. Yes. Woo. Perfect. I just love I love this is like, it's fine, you don't have your boobs out. And then Eli's like, you can never show enough. In my head, that came out way dirtier and made it so much funnier. Oh my god. Made my night. It's so stupid. Oh, so silly. Oh my god. Alright. I don't know why. It's cold, but it feels so hot in my room right now. Y'all keep me warm. Y'all are keeping me warm tonight. Okay. Most of the buildings in this part of the city had been built without foundations, many on swampy land where the canals were haphazardly dug. They leaned against each other like tipsy friends gathered at a bar, tilting at drowsy angles. Inej had visited plenty of them on errands for the dregs. They weren't much better on the inside. Cold and damp, plaster sliding from the walls, gaps in the windows wide enough to let in the rain and snow. But Cass had spent his own money to have the slat's draft shorn up and its walls insulated. It was ugly, crooked, and crowded, but the slat was gloriously dry. Inej's room was on the 3rd floor, a skinny slice of space barely big enough for a cot and a trunk, but with a window that looked out over the peaked roof and jumbled chimneys of the barrel. When the wind came through and cleared away the haze of coal smoke that hung over the city, She could even make out a blue pocket of harbor. Though Dawn was out just though Dawn was just a few hours away, the slat was wide awake. The only time the house was ever really quiet was the slow hours of the afternoon, and tonight everyone was buzzing with the news of the showdown at the exchange. Big Bolliger's fate, and now poor Rojak's dismissal. Inesh had gone straight from her conversation with Cass to seek out the card dealer at the Crow Club. He'd been at the tables dealing three-man bramble for Jesper and a couple of graphic tourists. When he finished the hand, Inej had suggested they speak in one of the private gaming parlors to spare him the embarrassment of being fired in front of his friends, but Rojak wasn't having it. It's not fair, he'd bellowed when she told him Kaz's orders. I ain't no cheat. Take it up with Kaz, Inej had replied quietly. And keep your voice down, Jesper added, glancing at the tourists and sailors seated at the neighboring tables. Fights were common in the barrel, but not on the floor of the Crow Club. If you had a gripe, you settled it outside, where you didn't risk interrupting the hallowed practice of separating pigeons from their money. Where's Brecker? Growled Rojak. I don't know. You always know everything about everything, Rojak sneered, leaning in, the stink of lager and onions on his breath. Isn't that what Dirty Hands pays you for? I don't know where he is or when he's getting back, but I do know you won't want to be here when he does. Give me my check. I'm owed for my last shift. Brecker doesn't owe you anything. He can't even face me. Sends a little girl to give me the boot. Maybe I'll just shake a few coins out of you. He'd reached out to grab her by the collar of her shirt, but she dodged him easily. He fumbled for her again. Basically, as long as you're not topless, you're Gucci. There's a swimsuit and hot tubs and swimsuit categories, for fuck's sakes. Oh, well, yeah. But that makes sense. I was thrown off guard when I was browsing and found it. Oh my god. Browsing. Sorry, Buddha, I had to tease you. Oh, thank you for the lurk, Buddha. I appreciate it. Oh, Christ. He'd reached out to grab her by the collar of her shirt, but she dodged him easily. He fumbled for her again. Out of the corner of her eye, Inesh saw Jesper rise from his seat, but she waved him off and slipped her fingers into the brass knuckles she kept in her right hip pocket. She gave Rojak a swift crack across the left cheek. His hand flew up to his face. Hey, he said. I didn't hurt you none. It was just words. People were watching now, so she hit him again. Regardless of the Crow Club rules, this took precedence. When Kaz brought her to the slat, he'd warned her that he wouldn't be able to watch out for her, that she'd have to fend for herself, and she had. It would have been easy enough to turn away when they called her names or sidled up to ask for a cuddle. But do that, and soon it was a hand up your blouse or a try at you against a wall. So she'd let no insult or innuendo slide. She'd always struck first and struck hard. Sometimes she even cut them up a bit. It was fatiguing, but nothing was sacred to the Kirch except trade, so she'd gone out of her way to make the risk much higher than the reward when it came to disrespecting her. Roderick touched his fingers to the ugly bruise forming on his cheek, looking surprised and a bit betrayed. I thought we was friendly, he protested. The sad part was that they were. Inej liked Rojak, but right now he was just a frightened man looking to feel bigger than someone. Rojak, she said, I've seen you work a deck of cards. You can get a job in almost any den. Go home and be grateful Kaz doesn't take what you owe him out of your hide, He'd gone, a bit wobbly on his feet, still clutching his cheek like a stunned toddler, and just Brett sauntered over. He's right, Kaz shouldn't send you to do his dirty work. It's all dirty work. But we do it just the same, he said with a sigh. You look exhausted. Will you sleep at all tonight? Jesper just winked. Not while the cards are hot. Stay and play a bit. Kaz will stake you. Really, Jesper, she said, pulling up her hood, if I want to watch men dig holes to fall into, I'll find myself a cemetery. Come on, Inej, he'd called after her as she passed through the big double doors onto the streets. Your good luck. Saint, she thought. If he believes that, he really must be desperate. She'd left her luck back in a Suli camp on the shores of West Ravka. She doubted she'd see either again. Now, Inej left her tiny chamber in the slat and headed downstairs by way of the banisters. There was no reason to cloak her movements here, but silence was a habit, and the stairs tended to squeak like mating mice. When she reached the second floor landing and saw the crowd milling below, she hung back. Kaz had been gone longer than anyone had expected, and as soon as he entered the shadowy foyer, he had been waylaid by people looking to congratulate him on his routing of Geels and asking for news of the Black Tips. Rumor has it Geels is already putting together a mob to move on us, said Anika. Let him, grumbled Jurix. I've got an axe handle with his name on it. Geels won't act for a while, Cass said, as he moved down the hall. He doesn't have the numbers to face us on the streets, and his coffers are too empty to hire more hands. Shouldn't you be on your way to the Crow Club? The raised eyebrows was enough to send Nika scurrying away, Dirix on her heels. Others came to offer congratulations or make threats against the Black Tips. No one went so far as to pat Kaz on the back, though. That was a good way to lose a hand. And Inej knew Kaz would stop by to speak to Perhaskell, so instead of descending the final flight of stairs, she moved down the hallway. There was a closet here, full of odds and ends, old chairs with broken backs, paint spattered canvas sheeting. Inej moved aside a bucket full of cleaning supplies that she'd placed there precisely because she knew no one in the flat would ever touch it. She she felt slightly guilty for eavesdropping on Kaz, but he was the one who had turned her into a spy. You couldn't train a falcon and then expect it not to hunt. Through the grate, she heard Kaz knock on Perhaskell's door and the sound of his greeting. Back and still breathing? The old man inquired. She could just see him seated in his favorite chair, fiddling with a model ship he'd been building for the better part of a year, a pint of lager within arm's reach, as always. We won't have a problem with Fifth Harbor again. Haskell grunted and returned to his model ship. Close the door. Inej heard it shut, muffling the sound from the hallway. She could see the top of Kaz's head. His dark hair was damp. It must have started raining. You should have gotten permission from me to deal with Bolliger, said Haskell. If I had talked to you first, word might have gotten out. You think I'd let that happen? Kaz's shoulders lifted. This place is like anything in Ketterdam. It leaks. And Nash could have sworn he looked directly at the vent when he said it. I don't like it, boy. Big Bolliger was my soldier, not yours. Of course, Kaz said, but they both knew it was a lie. Haskell's dregs were old guard, con men and crooks from another time. Bolliger had been one of Kaz's crew, new blood, young and unafraid. Maybe too unafraid. You're smart, Brecker, but you need to learn patience. Yes, sir. The old man barked a laugh. Yes, sir. No, sir, he mocked. I know you're up to something when you start getting polite. Just what have you got brewing? A job, Cass said. I may need to be gone for a spell. Big money? Very. Big risk. That too, but you'll get your 20%. You don't make any major moves without my say so, understood? Kaz must have nodded because Prohaska leaned back in his chair and took a sip of lager. Are we to be very rich? Rich as saints in crowns of gold. The old man snorted. Long as I don't have to live like one. I'll talk to Pym, Kaz said. He can pick up the slack while I'm gone. Hinesh frowned. Just where was Kaz going? He hadn't mentioned any big job to her. And why Pym? The thought shamed her a bit. She could almost hear her father's voice. So eager to be queen of the thieves, Neige. It was one thing to do her job and do it well. It was quite another to want to succeed at it. She didn't want a permanent place with the dregs. She wanted to pay off her debts and be free of Ketterdam forever. So why should she care if Kaz chose Pym to run the gang in his absence? Because I'm smarter than Pym. Because Kaz trusts me more. But maybe he didn't trust the crew to follow a girl like her. Only 2 years out of the brothels, not even 17 years old. She wore her sleeves long, and the sheath of her knife mostly hid the scar. Mostly hid the scar on the inside of her left forearm where the menagerie tattoo had once been. But they all knew it was there. Kaz exited Haskell's room, and Inej left her perched to wait for him as he limped up his way up the stairs. Rojak, he asked as he passed her and started up on the second flight. Gone, she said, falling in behind him. He put up much of a fight? Nothing I couldn't handle. Not what I asked. He was angry. He may come back around looking for trouble. Never a short of that. Never a shortage of that to hand out, Kaz said as they reached the top floor. The attic rooms had been converted into his office and bedroom. She knew all the flights of stairs were brutal on his bad leg, but he seemed to like having the whole floor to himself. He entered the office and, without looking back at her, said, Shut the door. The room was mostly taken up by a makeshift desk, an old warehouse door atop stacked crates piled high with papers. Some of the floor bosses had started using adding machines, clanking things crowded with stiff brass buttons and spools of paper, but Kaz did the Crow Club tallies in his head.
Hi, mamas! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Hi, mamas! How are you, baby? Oh. How are you doing, Bella? How's my good girl? How is my good girl? What happened? What happened? You don't come to my room for nothing. What is it, baby? Was your daddy mean to you? What happened, mamas? What is it, baby? Aww. What's going on, mamas?
Pupper used like she got lonely, apparently.
Aww. Mamacita. What? Are my slippers interesting? What are you looking for, mamas?
Oh, Pug. She's so cute. Pupper used bite. No, Eli. She will actually try to bite me. I'm not her favorite person. Okay, Sam is her favorite person. She's Sam's dog, and I'm scared of dogs. Low key, she's. You know I'm low key scared of her, right? But sometimes she's cute and nice to me. I don't know. Sam. She must have thought Sam was in here, but he wasn't. So, but she let me give her a kiss, so it's okay. I. Hmm. Well, yeah. All right, sorry about that. I was like, "Excuse me." I thought Sam was coming into my room, and then I saw her, and I was like, "Oh my god, it's Bella." She like rarely comes in here, but I do this with all my animals. No, Eli.
Good night, mommy. Love you. When are we leaving tomorrow?
Okay, I thought I heard Bella coming in again. There's a squabbing in chat. We're gonna go to my aunt's house tomorrow, so. But hey, if I come home early again, maybe I'll keep reading this. We'll see. Uh, hmm. Um, the hmm. Oh, some of the floor bosses had started using adding machines, clanking things crowded with stiff brass buttons and spools of paper. But Kaz did the Crow Club tallies in his head. He kept books, but only for the sake of the old man, and so that he had something to point to when he called someone out for cheating, or when he was looking for new investors. That was one of the big changes Kaz had brought to the gang. He had given ordinary shopkeepers and legitimate businessmen the chance to buy shares in the Crow Club. At first, they'd been skeptical. Sure, it was some kind of swindle. But he'd brought them in with tiny stakes and managed to gather enough capital to purchase the dilapidated old building, spruce it up, and get it running. It had paid back big for those early investors, or so the story went. And Nash could never be sure which stories about Kaz were true and which were rumors. He'd plan or which were rumors he'd planned to serve his own ends. For all she knew, he'd conned some poor honest trader out of his life savings to make the Crow Club thrive. The Crow Club thrive. I've got a job for you, Cass said as he flipped through the previous day's figures. Each sheet would go into his memory with barely a glance. What would you say to 4 million Kruga? Money like that is more curse than gift. My little Sulia idealist. All you need is a full belly and an open road, he said, the mockery clear in his voice. And an easy heart, Kaz. That was the difficult part. Now he laughed outright as he walked through the door to his tiny bedrooms. No hopes of that. I'd rather have the cash. Do you want the money or not? You're not in the business of giving gifts. What's the job? An impossible job. Near certain death, terrible odds, but should we scrape it? He paused, fingers on the buttons of his waistcoat. He paused, fingers on the buttons of his waistcoat, his look distant, almost dreamy. It was rare that she heard such excitement in his raspy voice. Should we scrape it? She prompted. He grinned at her, his smile sudden and jarring as a thunderclap, his eyes the near black of bitter coffee. We'll be kings and queens, Inesh. Kings and queens. She said noncommittally, pretending to examine one of her knives, determined to ignore that grin. Kaz was not a giddy boy smiling and making future plans with her. He was a dangerous player who was always working an angle. Always, she reminded herself firmly. Inesh kept her eyes averted, shuffling a stack of papers into a pile on the desk as Kaz stripped out of his vest and shirt. She wasn't sure if she was flattered or insulted that he didn't seem to give a second thought to her presence. How long will we be gone? She asked, darting a glance at him through the open doorway. He was corded muscle, scars, but only two tattoos. The Dreg's crow and cup on his the Dreg's crow and cup on his forearm, and above it, a black R on his bicep. She'd never asked him what it meant. It was his hands. It was his hands that drew her attention as he shucked off his leather gloves and dipped a cloth in the wash basin. He only ever removed them in these chambers, and as far as she knew, only in front of her. Whatever affliction he might be hiding, she could see no sign of it. Only slender lockpick's fingers and a shiny rope of scar tissue from some long ago street fight. A few weeks, maybe a month, he said as he ran the wet cloth under his arms and the hard planes of his chest, water trickling down his torso. For saint's sake, Inej thought as her cheeks heated. She'd lost most of her modesty during her time with the menagerie, but really, there were limits. What would Cass say if she suddenly stripped down and started washing herself in front of him? He'd probably tell me not to drip on the desk, she thought with a scowl. A month, she said. Are you sure you should be leaving with the black tips so riled up? This is the right gamble. Speaking of which, round up Jesper and Muzzin. I want them here by dawn, and I'll need Wylan waiting at the Crow Club tomorrow night. Wylan, if this is for a big job, just do it. Inej crossed her arms. One minute he made her blush, and the next he want. One minute he made her blush, and the next he made her want to commit murder. Are you going to explain any of this? When we all meet, he shrugged, and when we all meet, he shrugged on a fresh shirt, then hesitated as he fastened the collar. This isn't an assignment, Inej. It's a job for you to take or leave as you see fit. An alarm bell rang inside her. She endangered herself every day on the streets of the barrel. She'd murdered for the dregs, stolen, brought down bad men and good, and Cass had never hinted that any of the assignments were less than a command to be obeyed. This was the price she'd agreed to when Perhaskla purchased her contract and liberated her from the menagerie. So what was different about this job? Cass finished with the buttons, pulled on a charcoal waistcoat, and tossed her something. It flashed in the air and she caught it with one hand. When she opened her fist, she saw a massive ruby tie pin circled by golden laurel leaves. Fence it, Cass said. Whose is it? Ours now. Whose was it? Cass stayed quiet. He picked up his coat, using a brush to clean the what the using the pages were stuck. Using a brush to clean the dried mud from it. Someone who should have thought better before he had me jumped. Jumped? You heard me. Someone got the drop on you? He looked at her and nodded once. Unease snaked through her and twisted into an anxious, rustling coil. No one got the better of Kaz. He was the toughest, scariest thing walking the alleys of the barrel. She relied on it. So did he. It won't happen again, he promised. Kaz pulled on a clean pair of gloves, snapped up his walking stick, and headed out the door. I'll be back in a few hours. Move the decapple we lifted from Van Eck's house to the vault. I think it's rolled up under my bed. Oh, and put in an order for a new hat. Please. Kaz heaved a sigh as he braced himself for 3 painful flights of stairs. He looked over his shoulder and said, Please, my darling Inej, treasure of my heart, won't you do me the honor of acquiring me a new hat? Inej cast a meaningful glance at his cane. Have a long trip down, she said, then leapt onto the banister, sliding from one flight to the next, slick as butter in a pan. I love it. Hold on. Since I petted Bella, I low key feel like I gotta wash my hands. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I sometimes I low key get an allergic reaction to Bella's fur. I think it's I don't think it's her fur, but it's like her saliva or whatever dust she like rolls in. Um and my hands will get red and itchy, so I was like, let me go wash my hands before that becomes an issue. Um all right, chapter 5, Kaz. Kaz followed the east stave toward the harbor, through the beginnings of the Barrel's gambling district. The infamous tangle of narrow streets and minor waterways known as the Barrel was bracketed by 2 major canals, East Stave and West Stave, each catering to a particular clientele. The buildings of the Barrel were different from anywhere else in Ketterdam. Bigger, wider, painted in every garish color, clamoring for attention from passerby. The treasure chests, the Golden Bend, Wendell's riverboat. The best of the betting halls were located farther north, in the prime real estate of the Lid, the section of the canal closest to the harbors, favorably situated to attract tourists and sailors coming into the port. But not the Crow Club. Kaz mused as he looked up at the black and crimson facade. It had taken a lot to lure tourists and risk-hungry merchants this far south for entertainment. Now the hour was coming up on 4 bells, and the crowds were still thick outside the club. Kaz watched the tide of people flowing past the portico's black columns, beneath the watchful eye of the oxidized silver crow that spread its wings above the entrance. Bless the pigeons, he thought. Bless all you kind and generous folk ready to empty your wallets into the Dregs coffers and call it a good time. He could see barkers out front shouting to the potential customers, offering free drinks, hot pots of coffee, and the fairest deal in all of Ketterdam. He acknowledged them with a nod and pressed farther north. Only one other gambling den on the stave mattered to him, the Emerald Palace, Pekka Rollins's pride and joy. The building was an ugly green, decked out in artificial trees laden with fake gold and silver coins. The whole place had been done up as some kind of tribute to Rollins's Kalish heritage and his gang, the Dime Lions. Even the girls working the chip counters and tables wore glittering green sheaths of silk, and had their hair tinted a dark, unnatural red to mimic the look of girls from the Wandering Isle. As Kaz passed the emerald, he looked up at the false gold coins, letting the anger come at him. He needed it tonight as a reminder of what he'd lost, of what he'd stood to gain. He needed it to prepare him for this reckless endeavor. Brick by brick, he muttered to himself. They were the only words that kept his rage in check, that prevented him from striding through the emerald's garish gold and green doors, demanding a private audience with Roland's and slitting his throat. Brick by brick. It was a promise that let him sleep at night, that drove him every day, that kept Geordie's ghost at bay, because a quick death was too good for Pekka Rollins. Kaz watched the flow of customers in and out of the Emerald's door, and caught a glimpse of his own steerers, men and women he hired to seduce Pekka's customers south with the prospect of better deals, bigger wins, prettier girls. "Where are you coming from, looking so flush?" one said to another, talking far more loudly than necessary. "Just got back from the Crow Club. Took 100 Kruger off the house in just 2 hours." "You don't say!" "I do. Just came up to the state to get a beer and meet a friend." "Why don't you join us and we'll all go together?" "Crow Club? Who would have thought it?" "Come on, I'll buy you a drink. I'll buy everyone a drink." And they walked off together laughing, leaving all the patrons around them to wonder if maybe they ought to head just a few bridges down the canal and see if the odds weren't kinder there. Kaz's servant grieved, luring them south like a piper with a flute in hand. He made sure to cycle steerers in and out, changing the faces so Pekka's barkers and bouncers never got wise, and customer by customer, he leeched away the emerald's business. It was one of the infinite tiny ways he'd found to make himself strong at Pekka's expense, intercepting his shipments of Jurda, charging him fees for access to Fifth Harbor, undercutting his rents to keep his properties free of tenants, and slowly tugging at the threads that made up his life. Despite the lies he'd spread and the claims he'd made to Gilsnai, Kaz wasn't a bastard. He wasn't even from Ketterdam. He'd been 9 and Geordie 13 when they first arrived in the city. A check from a check from the sale of their father's farm sewn safely into the inner pocket of Geordie's old coat. Kaz could see himself as he was then, walking the stave with dazzled eyes, hand tucked into Geordie so he wouldn't be swept by the crowd. He hated the boys. They'd been two stupid pigeons waiting to be plucked. But those boys were long gone, and only Pekka Rollins was left to punish. One day, Rollins would come to Kaz on his knees, begging for help. If Kaz managed his job for Vanek, that day would come much sooner than he ever could have hoped. Brick by brick, I will destroy you. But if Kaz had any hope of getting into the ice court, he needed the right crew, and the next hour's business would bring him a step closer to securing two very vital pieces of the puzzle. He turned onto a walkway bordering onto the smaller canals. The tourists and merchants like to keep ugh, the tourists and merchants like to keep to well-lit thoroughfares, so the foot traffic here was sparser, and he made better time. Soon, the lights and music of West Dave came into view. The canal choked with men and women of every class and country, see- seeking diversion. Music floated out of parlors where the doors had been flung open, and men and women lounged on couches in little more than scraps of silk and gaudy baubles. Acrobats dangled from cords over the canal, lithe bodies garbed in nothing but glitter, while street performers played their fiddles, hoping to garner a coin or two from passerby. Hawkers shouted at the sleek private gondels of rich merchants in the canal, and the larger brow boats that brought tourists and sailors inland from the lid. A lot of tourists never entered the brothels of West Stave. They just came to watch the crowd, which was a sight in itself. Many people chose to visit this part of the barrel in disguise, in veils or masks or capes with nothing but the glint of their eyes visible. They brought their customers in one of the specialty shops. Oh, they bought their costumes in one of the specialty shops off the main canals and sometimes disappeared from their companions for a day or a week, or however long their funds held out. They dressed as Mr. Crimson or the Lost Bride, or wore the grotesque goggle-eyed mask of the Madman, all characters from the comedy brute. And then there were the Jackals, a group of rowdy men and boys who cavorted through the barrel in red lacquered masks of Suli fortune tellers. Kaz remembered when Inej had first seen the jackal mask in a shop window. She hadn't been able to contain her contempt. Real Suchi fortune tell- Real Suli fortune tellers are rare. They're holy men and women. These masks that are handed around like party favors are sacred symbols. I've seen Suli tellers ply their trade in caravans and pleasure ships inNej. They didn't seem so very holy. They are pretenders, making themselves clowns for you and your ilk. My ilk, Kaz had laughed. She waved her hand in disgust. Shivrati, she'd said. No nothings. They're laughing at you behind those masks. Not at me, Nej. I'd never lay down good coin to be told my future by any fraud or holy man. Fate has plans for us all, Kaz. Was it fate that took you from your family and stuck you in a pleasure house in Ketterdam? Or was it just very bad luck? I'm not sure yet, she said coldly. In moments like that, he thought she might hate him. Kaz wove his way through the crowd, a shadow in a riot of color. Each of the major pleasure houses had a specialty, some more obvious than others. He passed the Blue Iris, the Bandycat, bearded men glowering from the windows of the Forge, the Obscura, the Willow Switch, the dewy-eyed blonde at the House of Snow, and of course the Menagerie, also known as the House of Exotics, where Nej had been forced to don fake Suli silks. He spotted Tante Helene in her He spotted Tante Helene in her peacock feathers and famous diamond choker holding court in the gilded parlor. She ran the menageries, procured the girls, made sure they behaved. When she saw Kaz, her lips thinned to a sour line as she lifted her glass, the gesture more threat than a toast. He ignored her and pressed on. The House of the White Rose was one
Hey,
of the more.
hey!
Jesus! Oh my god! Why did that scare me? Hello, hello, welcome in. Oh, nice. Okay, so you were also from writing and streaming. Uh, yo, what's good? Hello, welcome in. Welcome to the sanctuary. Christ, I talk sick cication. Is your go-to for mind-bending tales that push cultural boundaries, expect gripping dilemmas and cunning reveals that will leave you questioning reality. From beta readings to drawing perspectives, the streamer's content is wild right through the creative process. Join the adventure and embrace the madness. Oh, I love that. Yeah, I was writing chapter 4 of my new work in progress Stoner Girl Evolution, an isekai satire. I love that. Oh my gosh. How should I say your name? Or like, yeah. I talk Intoxication. I'm thinking it's supposed to be like intoxication. Intoxication. Oh, okay. You can call me Scotty. Oh, okay. That's okay. Welcome in, Scotty. Thanks for bringing your community in. I appreciate it. I'm reading my favorite fantasy book, Six of Crows, and we're on chapter. We just I think we're like 3 pages in on chapter 5. Um, Always fun to meet new people and new authors and new books. Yeah, yeah. I I was told we can use this tab to read books. So I yeah um, yeah. Epic name caught me. Six of Crows sounds badass. It is. It's a story about thieves. So we're getting to like the whole. They're setting up for like an adventure right now. He's going to meet his some parts of his crew. Um but yeah, thank you for coming in. I appreciate the company. By the way, this is the sanctuary. And I call my my followers starlings. Oh my gosh. Did well, yeah. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say, did anyone uh shout you out, but then I was like, oh, the thing did it. His story was my idea. I noticed on the Royal Road site that like 20 new stories appear with girl evolution in their titles. I suggested stoner girl evolution to make fun of that trend. Not that there's an inherent flaw with having a girl evolve, but 20 book titles at the same time was funny. That's fair. I mean, there is definitely there's definitely times where like stuff will have like go on a trend. You know what I mean? I remember a while back like the rejected mate of this alpha or whatever was like a big thing. And then there was so many stories like that and I was like it's kind of pissing me off on those like book sites, you know what I mean? Or but sometimes like a trend will go and I'm like I actually really like this. Like I don't care if there's like all the same, you know what I mean? Yeah, everyone chasing that one success. Yeah. Like on Webtoon there was a few where there was like like reverse harems and stuff like that. And I was like, I don't mind. I really like those. You know what I mean? Like a reverse harem with the where the like the main girl kicks ass, and I was like, I approve. I approve of this. I like dominant women characters. So I was like, I'm for it. Or there was definitely ones of like, yeah. So this isekai can stay. I love it. I do find I have been like watching some isekai animes lately, and I do like the silliness of some of them where there's not angst, or there's like not too much angst depending on which one I'm thinking of, and I find it so nice because I have anxiety, so I like a show that will like just be relaxing. I don't have to worry about like too much happening. I like someone to do an honest reincarnated as noble girl story where a modern woman is reincarnated as a noble girl and it infuriates her and she does everything she can to get removed from the house so she can live her own life. Yeah, I like it when I can make fun of itself. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely fun. There are some fun ones where there's like parodies of stuff, and you're like, all right, I can get with this because there's like a cool twist or something. But yeah, I was like, I don't know, I wanted to read something that I was like, okay, this is one of my favorite books, um, because typically me and Kay, um, we do like a spicy reading sometimes. We were reading Lights Out, but unfortunately we can't right now. So I was like, I'll just read Six of Crows by myself and see how everyone likes it. Yeah, I'm reading Wheel of Time. We on book 2 now. Ooh, okay. Uh, I want to say, is that like off of the? Is that before the TV series? But I also don't know if I'm remembering the right name for the TV. I read Spice. Sometimes it's fun. I read a lot of short stories. Yeah, I mean, yeah, sometimes, yeah. I'm very much. I'm not sure I admit this, but TV series is bad. Yeah, I mean, the books will always be better, but I just meant like it is the same title that I was thinking of, right? Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Eli. Eli, I don't have sleeves. How am I gonna stretch? Well, I guess I can just shake out this arm. You might like my cat version story. It's essentially a slice of life with an OP main character, but the challenges for the former man to accept truly becoming a woman in all aspects. That's kind of cool. That sounds fun. Oh my gosh. That sounds also like it would be so upsetting for the guy, considering how society treats us. I like if you know you know you know what I mean. Gender Bender OP is really epic ending. I love that. Oh my god, I love that. Is Sean also a streamer or no? Um, no, he's a noob. I love that. I tell him to. I love that. But I'm like, do I want to admit this? But like, I'm definitely an AO3 girly. Like, I love all the like all kinds of fanfics. You know what I mean? Like, I go from like spicy to like just like sweet found family stuff. So I I could and like sometimes I like some of the stupid tropes that people will play with. Oh, it was his fault though in a way. He saved a woman from falling off a bridge only to fall literally in her place. That's funny. Oh my god. I don't mind fanfic, but I love making my own IPs with heavy inspirations. Yeah, that's fair. I definitely me and Kay write our own story as well. Or well, we're working on a story right now, but I mean, we'll talk about our stories in stream, but we don't typically like well, I don't typically write on stream. She was doing some the other day though. But yeah, Eli, can you shout out Kay? Just can you shout out sis for me? Yeah, some people find it hard. Yeah, I definitely like to do it. I don't know. There's something about like when I feel people are watching me like actually write my stuff. I don't. I get so anxious. I'm like, don't watch me make my mistake. Wait till it's done and then I'll read it to you. You know what I mean? Uh, I am deaf better off stream, but the feedback can be nice live. That's true. Yeah. I wrote a lot of fanfic in high school. I love it. Dawn over the Queendom of Shalara is another you might like. Again, mine. In this case, the MC wakes practically naked, horribly sunburned, with amnesia, on a beach next to a lifeboat with the corpse of a woman she can't remember what, but she still misses. Oh, okay, that sounds interesting. That sounds like an interesting mystery. That's pretty cool. But yeah, there's a yeah. Me and sis are working on DU. Well, it's a whole thing. I don't know if I want to start talking about that when I was in the middle of reading. Get thrown off topic for the rest of the night because I can gab for hours. Oh god, and oh, god, and it's 12:26 a.m. for me, so I do want to end stream at 1. Actually, this is reminding me I have all these tabs open on my other screen, and I should get rid of some of them. There we go. But yeah, thank you for thank you for joining me. I appreciate all the company I can get. Um, fuck, where was I? um, Christ. Oh, the House of the White Rose was one of the most luxurious establishments on West Stave. It had its own dock, and its gleaming white stone facade looked like a pleasure house, and then looked less like a pleasure house than a merchant mansion. Its window boxes were always bursting with climbing white roses, and their scent clung dense and sweet over the portion of the canal. The parlor was even stickier with perfume. Huge alabaster vases overflowed with more white roses and men and women. Some masked or veiled, some white faces bare, waited on ivory couches, sipping near colorless wine and nibbling little vanilla cakes soaked in almond liquor. The boy at the desk was dressed in a creamy velvet suit, a white rose in his buttonhole. He had white hair and colorless eyes. Boring the eyes, he looked like an albino, but Kaz happened to know that he'd been tailored to match the decor of the house by a certain Grisha on the payroll. Mr. Becker, the boy said, Nina is with a client. Kaz nodded and slipped down a hallway behind a potted rose tree, resisting the urge to bury his nose in his collar. Uncle Felix, the bod who ran the White Rose, liked to say that his house girls. Sorry. Wait, you can gap for hours. Maybe we're family. Did talking in your house encourage you to be the loudest speaker just to be heard? Is your blood coughing? A little bit. A little bit. My brother made the mistake of giving a book to use. Now my brain won't shut down. Yay, character IDs everywhere. Oops. Sorry, Eli. Poor teddy bear. Eli has been cursed with creativity. Uncle Felix, the bod who ran the White House, liked to say that his girls were as sweet as his blossoms, but the joke was on the clients. That particular breed of white rose, the only one hardy enough to survive the wet weather of Ketterdam, had no natural scent. All the flowers were perfumed by hand. Cass trailed his fingers along the panels behind the potted tree and pressed his thumb into a notch in the wall. It slid open and he climbed a corkscrew staircase that was only used by staff. Nina's room was on the third floor. The door to the bedroom beside it was open and the room unoccupied, so Cass slipped in, moved aside a still life, and pressed his face to the wall. The peepholes were a feature of all the brothels. They were a way to keep employees safe and honest, and they offered a thrill to anyone who enjoyed watching others take their pleasure. Cass had seen enough slum dwellers seeking satisfaction in dark corners and alleys that the lure was lost on him. Besides, he knew that anyone looking through this particular peephole, hoping for excitement, would be sorely disappointed. A little bald man was seated fully clothed at a round table draped in ivory baize, his his hands neatly folded beside an untouched silver coffee tray. Nina Zenek stood behind him, swathed in the red silk kefta that advertised her status as a Grisha heartrender. One palm pressed to his forehead, the other to the back of his neck. She was tall and built like the figurehead of a ship carved by a generous hand. They were silent, as if they'd been frozen there at the table. There wasn't even a bed in the room, just a narrow settee where Nina curled up every night. When Cass had asked Nina why, she'd simply said, I don't want anyone getting ideas. A man doesn't need a bed to get ideas, Nina. She fluttered her lashes. What would you know about it, Brecker? Take those gloves off and we'll see what ideas come to mind. Cass had kept his cool eyes on her until she dropped her gaze. He wasn't interested in flirting with Nina Zenek, and he happened to know she wasn't remotely interested in him. Nina just liked to flirt with everything. He'd once seen her make eyes at a pair of shoes she fancied in a shop window. Nina and the bald man sat unspeaking as the minutes ticked by, and when the hour on the clock chimed, he rose and kissed her hand. Go, she said in solemn tones. Be at peace. The bald man kissed her hand again, tears in his eyes. Thank you. As soon as the client was down the hall, Cass stepped out of the bedroom and knocked on Nina's door. She opened it cautiously, keeping the chain latched. Oh, she said when she saw Kaz. You. She didn't look particularly happy to see him. No surprise. Kaz Brecker at your door was rarely a good thing. She unhooked the chain and let him show himself in as she shucked off the red kefta, revealing a slip of satin so thin it barely counted as cloth. Saints, I hate this thing, she said, kicking the kefta away and pulling a threadbare dressing gown from a drawer. What's wrong with it? Cass said. It isn't made right, and it itches. The kefta was of Kirch manufacture, not Ravkin. A costume, not a uniform. Kaz knew Nina never wore it on the streets. It was simply too risky for Grisha. Her membership in the dregs meant anyone acting against her would risk no retribution from the gang. But payback wouldn't matter much to Nina if she was on a slaver ship bound for who knew where. Nina threw herself into a chair at the table and wriggled her feet out of her jeweled slippers, digging her toes into the plush white carpet. Ah, she said contentedly. So much better. She shoved one of the cakes from the coffee service into her mouth and mumbled, What do you want, Kaz? You have crumbs on your cleavage. Don't care, she said, taking another bite of cake. So hungry. Kaz shook his head, amused and impressed at how quickly Nina dropped the wise Grisha priestess act. She'd missed her true calling on the stage. Was that Van Axter the merch? Asked. Yeah. Was that Van Axter the merch? Kaz asked. Yes. His wife died a month ago, and his business has been a wreck since. Now that he's visiting you, can we expect a turnaround? Nina didn't need a bed because she specialized in emotions. She dealt in joy, calm, confidence. Most Grisha corporalki focus on the body, to kill or to cure. But Nina had needed a job that would keep her in Ketterdam and out of trouble. So instead of risking her life and making major money as a mercenary, she slowed heartbeats, eased breathing, relaxed muscles. She had a lucrative side business as a tailor, seeing to the wrinkles and jowls of the wealthy Kirch. But her chief source of income came from altering moods. People came to her lonely, grieving, sad for no reason, and left buoyed, and left buoyed, their anxieties eased. The effect didn't last long, but sometimes just the illusion of happiness was enough to make her clients feel like they could face another day. Nina claimed it had something to do with glands, but Kaz didn't care about the specifics as long as she showed up when he needed her and she paid Prohaskell his percentage on time. I expect you'll see a change, Nina said. She finished off the last cake, licking her fingers with relish, then set the tray outside the door and rang for a maid. Van Axter started coming at the end of last week and has been here every day since. Excellent. Kaz made a mental note to buy some of the low stock in Van Axter's company. Even if the man's mood shift was the result of Nina's handiwork, business would pick up. He hesitated, then said, You make him feel better, ease his woe and all that. But could you compel him to do something? Maybe make him forget his wife? Alter the pathways in his mind? Don't be absurd. The brain is just another organ, Cass said, quoting Van Eyck. Yes, but it's an incredibly complex one. Controlling or altering another person's thoughts. Well, it's not like lowering a pulse rate or releasing a chemical to improve someone's mood. There are too many variables. No Grisha is capable of it. Yes, Kaz amended. So you treat the symptom, not the cause. She shrugged. He's avoiding the grief, not treating it. If I'm his solution, he'll never really get over her death. Will you send him on his way then? Advise him to find a new wife and stop darkening your door. She ran a brush through her light brown hair and glanced at him in the mirror. Does Prohaskell have plans to forgive my debt? None at all. Well, then Van Axter must be allowed to grieve in his own way. I have another client scheduled in a half hour, Kaz. What business? Your client will wait. What do you know about Jurda Parem? Nina shrugged. There are rumors, but they sound like nonsense to me. With the exception of the Council of Tides, the few Grisha working in Ketterdam all knew each other and exchanged information readily. Most were on the run from something, eager to avoid drawing the attention of slavers or interest from the Rafkan government. There aren't just rumors. Squallers flying, tide makers turning to mist, fabricators making gold from lead. He reached into his pocket and tossed a lump of yellow at her. It's real. Fabricators make textiles. They fuss around with metals and fabrics. They can't turn one thing into another. She held the lump up to the light. You could have gotten this anywhere, she said, just as he had argued to Van Eyck a few hours earlier. Without being invited, Cass sat down on the plush settee and stretched out his bad leg. Jurda Parem is real, Nina, and if you're still the good little Grisha soldier I think you are, you'll want to hear what it does to people like you. She turned the lump of gold over her hands. then wrapped then wrapped her dressing gown more tightly around her and curled up at the end of the settee. Again, Kaz marveled at the transformation. In these rooms, she played the part her clients wanted to see. The powerful Grisha, serene in her knowledge, but sitting there with her brow furrowed and her feet tucked under her. She looked like what she truly was, a girl of 17, raised in the sheltered luxury of the little palace, far from home and barely getting by every day. Tell me, she said. Cass talked. He held back on the specifics of Van Eyck's proposal, but he told her about Bo-Yul Bayur, Jurda Parem, and the addictive properties of the drug, placing particular emphasis on the recent theft of Rafkan military documents. If this is all true, then Bo-Yul Bayur needs to be eliminated. That is not the job, Nina. This isn't about the money, Kaz. It was always about money, but Kaz knew a different kind of pressure was required. Nina loved her country and loved her people. She still believed in the future of Ravka, and in the Second Army, the Grecian military elite had nearly disintegrated during the Civil War. Nina's friends back in Ravka believed she was dead, a victim of Fjerda witch hunters. And for now, she wanted it to stay that way, but Kaz knew she hoped to return one day. Nina, we're going to retrieve Bo-Yul Bayur, and I need a corporalnik to do it. I want you on my crew. Wherever he's hiding out, once you find him, letting him live would be the most outrageous kind of irresponsibility. My answer is no. He isn't hiding out. The Fjordans have him at the ice court. Nina paused. Then he's as good as dead. The Merchant Council doesn't think so. They wouldn't be going to the trouble of offering up this kind of reward if they thought he'd been neutralized. Van Eyck was worried. I could see it. The merchant you spoke to? Yes. He claims intelligence is good. If it's not, well, I'll take the hit. But if Bo-Yul Bayur is alive, someone is going to try to break him out of the ice court. Why shouldn't it be us? The ice court, Nina repeated, and Kaz knew she'd begun to put the pieces together. You don't just need a corporalnik, do you? No. I need someone who knows the court inside and out. She leapt to her feet and began pacing, hands on hips, dressing gown flapping. You're a little skiv, you know that? How many times have I come to you, begging you to help Matthias? And now that you want something, Perhaskell isn't running a charity. Don't put this on the old man, she snapped. If you'd wanted to help me, you know you could have. If you wanted to help me, you know you could have. And why would I do that? She whirled on him. Because when have I ever done something for nothing, Nina? She opened her mouth, closed it again. Do you know how many favors I would have to call in? How many bribes I'd have to pay out to get Matthias Helvar out of prison? The price was too high. And now, she managed, her eyes still blazing with anger. Now, Helvar's freedom is worth something. He held up a hand to cut her off. Worth something to me. Nina pressed her fingers to her temples. Even if you could get to him, Matthias would never agree to help you. It's just a question of leverage, Nina. You don't know him. Don't I? He's a person like any other, driven by greed and pride and pain. You should understand that better than anyone. Helvar is driven by honor and only honor. You can't bribe or bully that. That may have been true once, Nina, but it's been a very long year. Helvar is much changed. Helvar is much changed. You've seen him? Her green eyes were wide, eager. There, thought Kaz. The barrel hasn't beaten the hope out of you yet. I have. Nina took a deep, shuddering breath. He wants his revenge, Kaz. That's what he wants, not what he needs, said Kaz. Leverage is all about knowing the difference. Okay. Chapter 6, Nina. The sick feeling in Nina's stomach had nothing to do with the rocking of the rowboat. She tried to breathe deeply, to focus on the lights of the Ketterdam harbor disappearing behind them, and the steady splash of the oars in the water. Beside her, Kaz adjusted his mask and cloak, while Muzzin rode with relentless and aggressive speed, driving them closer to the Terrangel, one of the Kirch's tiny outlying islands, closer to Hellgate and Matthias. Fog lay low over the water, damp and curling. It carried the smell of tar and machinery, from the shipyards on Imperjum and something else. The sweet stink of burning bodies from the reaper's barge, where Ketterdam disposed of the dead who couldn't afford to be buried in the cemeteries outside the city. Disgusting, Nina thought, drawing her cloaks tighter around her. Why anyone would want to live in a city like this was beyond her. Muzzin hummed happily as he rode. Nina knew him only in passing, a bouncer and enforcer, like the ill-fated Big Bolliger. She avoided the slat and the Krill Club as much as possible. Cass had branded her a snob for it, but she didn't much care what Casbecker had to say about her taste. She glanced back at Muzzin's huge shoulders. She wondered if Cass had just brought him along to row or because he expected trouble tonight. Of course there will be trouble. They were breaking into a prison. It wasn't going to be a party, so why are we dressed for one? I'm sorry, I have 3-minute ads every hour and it looks like they're about to go. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Starlings, but I will not continue without you guys, so don't worry. And like I said, we'll probably be going to like one, a little bit after one. We'll see. Because I'm not feeling tired tonight, but I went to bed at like 4 last night. Not on purpose. Not on purpose. It was just a bad night. I don't know. It was like I couldn't relax. I'm probably a little bit stressed out for this coming week, but yeah. So uh, I had trouble yesterday trying to get to sleep, and then I woke up early. So I'm surprised I'm not tired, but because I'm not tired, I'm like, there's no way I'm gonna go to bed like at my usual time, which is like midnight usually. Let me see how many pages we got left. I'll probably finish reading this chapter and then we'll probably end for the night. So, oh, okay, perfect. Because there's also a part two, Servant and Lever. So yeah, we'll finish this tonight. Ooh, pick one, two, or three. Uh, one, two, or three. Well, apparently we have 12 viewers, so I'm gonna go with two. Two, Eli. I just remember the dumb joke, Eli. Number two, my lord. Number three, my lord. So dumb. Oh my god. I'm just thinking of your silly joke all the time, Eli. Two, okay, making a tree person. Ooh, okay. Sounds exciting. Welcome back from the ad, Starlings. Okay. Of course there will be trouble. They were breaking into a prison. It wasn't going to be a party. So why are we dressed for one? She'd met Kaz and Muzin at Fifth Harbor at midnight, and when she'd boarded the little rowboat, Kaz had handed her a blue silk cape and a matching veil. The trappings of the lost bride. One of the costume pleasure seekers liked to don when they sampled the excess of the barrel. He'd had on a big orange cape with the madman's mask perched atop his head. Muzzin had worn the same. All they needed was a stage, and they could perform one of those dark, savage little scenes from the comedy brute that Kurt seemed to find so hilarious. Now Kaz gave her a nudge. Lower your veil. He pulled down his own mask. The long nose and bulging eyes looked doubly monstrous in the fog. She was about to give in and ask why the costumes were necessary when she realized that they weren't alone. Through the shifting mist, she caught sight of other boats moving through the water, carrying the shapes of other madmen, other brides, a Mr. Crimson, a Scarab Queen. What business did these people have at Halegate? Cass had refused to tell her the specifics of his plan, and when she insisted, he simply said, "Get in the boat." That was Kaz all over. He knew he didn't have to tell her anything because the lure of Matthias's freedom had already overridden every bit of her good sense. She'd she'd been trying to talk Kaz into breaking Matthias out of the jail for the better part of a year. Now he could offer Matthias more than freedom, but the price would be far higher than she had expected. Only a few lights were visible as they approached the rocky shoal of Terangel. The rest was darkness and crashing waves. "Couldn't you just bribe the warden?" she muttered to Kaz. "I don't need him knowing he has something I want." When the boat's hull scraped sand, two men rushed forward to haul them further onto land. The other boats she'd seen were making ground into the same cove, being pulled ashore by more grunting and cursing men. Their features were vague, though through the gauze of her veil, but Nina glimpsed the tattoos on their forearms. A feral cat curled into a crown, the symbol of the Dime Lions. "Money," one of them said as they clambered out of the boat. Kaz handed over a stack of Kruger, and once it was counted, the Dime Lion waved them on. They followed the row of torches up an uneven path to the leeward side of the prison. Nina tilted her head back to gaze at the high black towers in the fortress known as Hellgate, a dark fist of stone thrusting up from the sea. She'd seen it from afar before, when she'd paid a fisherman to take her out to the island. When she'd asked him to bring her closer, he'd refused. "Sharks get mean there," he'd claimed, bellies full of convict blood. Nina shuddered at the memory. A door had been propped open, and another member of the Dime Lions led Nina to the others inside. They entered a dark, surprisingly clean kitchen, its walls lined with huge vats that looked better suited to laundry than cooking. The room smelled strange, like vinegar and sage, like a mercer's kitchen, Nina thought. The Kirch believed that work was skin. What the Kirch believed that work was akin to prayer. Maybe the merchant wives came here to scrub the floors and walls and windows to honor Gezin, the god of industry and commerce, with soap and water and the chafing of their hands. Nina resisted the urge to gag. They could scrub all they liked. Beneath the wholesome scent was the undeniable stench of mildew, urine, and unwashed bodies. It might take an actual miracle to dislodge it. They passed through a dank entry hall, and she thought they would head up into the cells. But instead, they passed through another door and onto a high stone walkway that connected the main prison to what looked like another tower. "Where are we going?" Nina whispered. Kaz didn't answer. The wind picked up, lifting her veil and lashing her cheeks with salt spray. As they entered the second tower, a figure emerged from the shadows, and Nina barely stifled a scream. "Inej," she said in a wavering breath. The Suli girl wore the horns and high-necked tunic of the Great Imp, but Nina recognized her anyway. No one else moved like that, as if the world were smoke and she was just passing through it. "How did you even get here?" Nina whispered to her. "I came earlier on a supply barge." Nina ground her teeth. "Do people just come and go from Hellgate for fun?" "Once a week they do," said Inej, her little imp arms bobbing along with her head. "What do you mean once a— Keep quiet," Kaz growled. "Don't shush me, Brecker," Nina whispered furiously. If this is easy if it's this easy to get into Hellgate, the problem isn't getting in, it's getting out. Now shut up and stay alert." Nina swallowed her anger. She had to trust Kaz to run the game. He'd made sure she didn't have any other choice. They entered a tight passageway. The tower felt different from the first. Older, its rough-hewn stone walls blackened by smoking torches. Their dime lion their dime lion guide pushed open a heavy iron door and gestured for them to follow him down a steep staircase. Here the smell of bloodies and refuse was worse, trapped by the sweating moisture of salt water. They spiraled lower into the bowels of the rock. Nina clung to the wall. There was no banister, and though she could not see the bottom, she doubted the fall would be kind. They didn't go far, but by the time they reached their destination, she was trembling. Her muscles wound tight, less from exhaustion, less from exertion, less from exertion than the knowledge that Matthias was somewhere in this terrible place. "He is here. He is under this roof." "Where are we?" she whispered as they ducked through the cramped stone tunnels, passing dark caves fitted with iron bars. "This is the old prison," Cass said. "When they built the new tower, they left this one standing." She heard moaning from inside one of the cells. "They still keep prisoners here?" "Only the worst of them." She peered between the bars of an empty cell. There were shackles on the wall, dark with rust and what might have been blood. Through the walls, a sound reached Nina's ears. A steady pounding. She thought it was the ocean at first, but then she realized it was chanting. They emerged into a curving tunnel. To her right were more old cells, but light poured into the tunnel from staggered archways on the left, and through them she glimpsed a roaring, rowdy crowd. The dime lion led them around the tunnel to the third archway, where a prison guard dressed in a blue and gray uniform was posted, rifle slung across his back. Four more for you, the dime lion shouted over the crowd. Then he turned to Kaz. If you need to leave, the guard will call for an escort. No one goes wandering off without a guide. Understood? Of course. Wouldn't dream of it, Kaz said from behind his ridiculous mask. Enjoy, the dime lion said with an ugly grin. The prison guard waved them through. Nina stepped under the arch and felt as if she'd fallen into some strange nightmare. They were on a jutting stone ledge, looking down into the shallow, crudely made amphitheater. The tower had been gutted to create an arena. Only the black walls of the old prison remained, the roof long since fallen in or destroyed, so the night sky was visible high above, dense with clouds and free of stars. It was like standing in the hollowed out trunk of a massive tree, something long dead and howling with echoes. Around her, masked and veiled men and women crowded onto the terraced ledges, stamping their feet as the action proceeded below. The walls surrounding the fight pit blazed with torchlight, and the sand in the arena floor was red and damp where it had soaked up blood. In front of the dark mouth of a cave, a scrawny, bearded man in shackles stood next to a big wooden wheel marked with what looked like drawings of little animals. He'd clearly once been strong, but now his skin hung in loose folds and his muscles sagged. A younger man stood beside him in a mangy cape made from lion skin, his face framed by the big cat's mouth. A garish gold crown had been secured between the lion's ears, and its eyes had been replaced with bright silver dimes. Spin the wheel, the young man commanded. The prisoner lifted his shackled hands and gave the wheel a hard spin. A red needle ticked along the edges as it spun, making a cheerful clattering noise. Then slowly the wheel came to a stop. Nina couldn't quite make out the symbol, but the crowd bellowed, and the man's shoulders drooped as a guard came forward to unlock his chains. The prisoner cast them aside into the sand, and a second later, Nina heard it, a roar that carried even over the exciting bang of the crowd. The man in the lion cape and the prisoner guard stepped hurriedly onto a rope ladder and were lifted out of the pit to the safety of a ledge as the prisoner seized a flimsy-looking knife from a bloody bunch of weapons lying in the sand. He backed as far away from the mouth of the tunnel as he could get. Nina had never seen a creature like the one that crawled into view from the tunnel. It was some kind of reptile, its thick body covered in gray-green scales, its head wide and flat, its yellow eyes slitted. It moved slowly, sinuously, its slow-slung body sliding lazily over the ground. There was white crust around the broad crescent of its mouth, and then when it opened its jaws to roar again, something wet, white and foaming, dripped from its pointed teeth. What is that thing? Nina asked. Rinkamoten, said Inej, a desert lizard. The poison from its mouth is lethal. It seems pretty slow on its feet. Yes, it seems that way. The prisoner lunged forward with his knife. The big lizard moved so quickly Nina could barely track it. One moment the prisoner was bearing down on it. The next, the lizard was on the other side of the arena. Bare seconds later, it slammed into the prisoner, pinning him to the ground as he screamed, its poison dripping over his face, leaving smoky trails wherever it touched his skin. The creature dropped its weight on the prisoner with a sickening crunch and set about slowly mauling his shoulder as he lay there shrieking. The crowd was booing. Nina averted her eyes, unable to watch. What is this? Welcome to the Hell Show, said Kaz. Pekka Rollins got the idea a few years back and pitched it to the right council member. The Merchant Council knows? Of course they know, Nina. There's money to be made here. Nina dug her fingernails into her palms. The condescending tone made Kaz so slappable. She knew Pekka Rollins' name well. He was the reigning king of the barrel, the owner of not one but two gambling palaces, one luxurious, the other catering to sailors with less to line their pockets, and several of the higher end brothels. When Nina had arrived in Ketterdam a year ago, she'd been friendless, penniless, and far from home. She'd spent the first week in the Kirch law courts, dealing with the charges against Matthias. But once her testimony was complete, she'd been unceremoniously dumped at First Harbor with just enough money to book passage back to Ravka. Desperate as she'd been to return to her country, she'd known she couldn't leave Matthias to languish in Hellgate. She had no idea what to do, but it seemed rumors of new Grisha Korporalnik in Ketterdam had already circulated through the city. Pekka Rollins' men had been waiting for her at the harbor with the promise of safety and a place to stay. They'd taken her to the Emerald Palace, where Pekka himself had leaned heavily on Nina to join the Dandelions and had offered to set her up in business at the sweet shop. She'd been close to saying yes, desperate for cash and terrified of the slavers who patrolled the streets. But that night, Inej had crawled through her window on the top floor of the Emerald Palace with a proposal from Kaz Brecker in hand. Nina never could figure out how Inej had managed to scale 6 rain-slick stories of stone in the middle of the night, but the Dreg's terms were far more favorable than those offered by Peck and the Dime Lions. It was a contract that she might actually pay off in a year or two if she was smart with her money, and Kaz had sent the right person to argue his case. A Suli girl, just a few months younger than Nina, who had grown up in Ravka, who had spent a very ugly year indentured at the menagerie. What can you tell me about Haskell? I'd asked that night. Not much, Inej had admitted. He's no better or worse than most of the bosses in the barrel. And Kazbrecker? A liar, a thief, and utterly without conscience. But I'll keep to any deal you strike with him. Nina had heard the conviction in her voice. He freed you from the menagerie. There is no freedom in the barrel, and only there is no freedom in the barrel. Only good terms. Tante Helene's girls never earn out of the contract. She makes sure they don't. Inej had broken off then, and Nina had sensed the vibrant anger coursing through her. Kaz convinced Per Haskell to pay off my indenture. I would have died at the menagerie. You may still die in the dregs. Inej's dark eyes had glinted. I may, but I'll die on my feet with a knife in my hand. The next morning, Inej had helped Nina sneak out of the Emerald Palace. They'd met with Kazbrecher, and despite his cold ways and those strange leather gloves, she'd agreed to join the dregs and work out of the White Rose. Less than 2 days later, a girl died at the sweet shop, strangled in her bed by a customer dressed as Mr. Crimson, who was never found. Nina had trusted Inej, and she hadn't been sorry for it, though right now she felt furious with everyone. She watched a group of dime lions prod the desert lizard with long spears. Apparently, the monster was sated after its meal. It allowed itself to be herded back to the tunnel, its thick body moving side to side in a lazy, sinuous roll. The crowd continued to boo as guards entered the arena to remove the prisoner's remains, tendrils of smoke still curling from his ruined flesh. Why are they complaining? Nina asked angrily. Isn't this what they came here for? They wanted to fight, said Kaz. They were expecting him to last longer. This is disgusting, Kaz shrugged. Only, dis- only disgusting thing about it is that I didn't think of it first. These men aren't slaves, Kaz. They're prisoners. They're murderers and rapists, and thieves and con artists. Your people. Nina, sweet. They aren't forced to fight. They line up for the chance. They earn better food, private cells, liquor, jerda, conjugals with girls from West Stave. Mosen cracked his knuckles. Sounds better than what we get at the slat. Nina looked at the people screaming and shouting, the barkers walking the aisles taking bets. The prisoners of Hellgate might line up to fight, but Pekka Rollins made the real money. Helvar doesn't fight in the arena, does he? We aren't here for the ambiance, Cass said. Beyond slappable. Are you aware that I could waggle my fingers and make you wet your trousers? Easy, heartrender. I like these trousers, and if you start messing with my vital organs, Matthias Helvar will never see sunshine again. Nina blew out a breath until before glowering at no one. Nina, Nesh murmured, don't you start in on me. It will all work out. Let Kaz do what he does best. He's horrible, but effective. Being angry at Kaz for being ruthless is like being angry at a stove for being hot. You know what he is. Nina crossed her arms. I'm mad at you too. Me? Why? I don't know yet. I just am. Inej gave Nina's hand a brief squeeze, and after a moment, Nina squeezed back. She sat through the next fight in a daze, and the next. She told herself she was ready for this, to see him again, to see him here in this brutal place. After all, she was a Grisha. After all, she was a Grisha and a soldier of the Second Army. She'd seen worse. But when Matthias emerged from the mouth of the cave below, she knew she'd been wrong. Nina recognized him instantly. Every night of the past year, she'd fallen asleep thinking of Matthias's face. There was no mistaking the gilded brows, the sharp cut of his cheekbone, but Cass hadn't lied. Matthias was much changed. The boy who looked back at the crowd with fury in his eyes was a stranger. Nina remembered the first time she'd seen Matthias in a moonlit Kalish wood. His beauty had seemed unfair to her. In another life, she might have believed he was coming to rescue her, a shining savior with golden hair and eyes the pale blue of northern glaciers. But she'd known the truth of him by the language he spoke, by the disgust on his face every time his eyes lighted on her. Matthias Helvar was a Druskeli, one of the Fjerdan witch hunters tasked with hunting down Grisha, to face trial and execution, though to her he'd always resembled a warrior saint, illuminated in gold. Now he looked like he, now he looked like what he truly was, a killer. His bare torso seemed hewn from steel, and though she knew it was impossible, he seemed bigger, as if the very structure of his body had changed. His skin had been gilded honey, now it was fish belly white beneath the grime, and his hair. And his hair. He'd had such beautiful hair, thick and golden, worn long in the way of Fjerdan soldiers. Now, like the other prisoners, his head had been shaved, probably to prevent lice, Whichever guard had done it had made a mess of the job. Even from this distance, she could see cuts and nicks on his scalp, and little strips of blonde stubble in the place the razors had missed. And yet, he was beautiful still. He glared at the crowd and gave the wheel a hard spin that nearly knocked it off its base. Tick, 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 tick. Snakes, tiger, bear, boar. The wheel ticked merrily long, then slowed and finally stopped. No, Nina said when she saw where the needle was pointing. It could be worse, said Muzzin. Could have landed on the desert lizard again. She grabbed Kaz's arm through his cloak and felt his muscles tense. You have to stop this. You have to stop this. Let go of me, Nina. His gravel rough voice was low, but she sensed real menace in it. She dropped her hand. Please, you don't understand. If he survives, I'll take Matthias Helvar out of this place tonight. But this part is up to him. Nina gave a frustrated shake of her head. You don't get it. The guard unbolted Matthias's shackles, and as soon as the chains dropped onto dropped into the sand, he leapt onto the ladder with the announcer to be lifted to safety. The crowd screamed and stamped, but Matthias stood silent, unmoving. Even when the gate opened, even when the wolves charged out of the tunnel, the three of them snarling and snapping, tumbling over one another to get at him. At the last second, Matthias dropped into a crouch, knocking the first wolf into the dirt, then rolling right to pick up the bloody knife the previous combatant had left in the sand. He sprang to his feet, blade held out before him, but Nina could sense his reluctance. His face was cocked to one side, and the look in his blue eyes was pleading, as if he was trying to engage the two wolves circling him in some silent negotiation. Whatever that plea might have been, it went unheard. The wolf on the right lunged. Matthias crouched low and spun, lodging his knife in his wolf's belly. It gave a miserable yelp, and Matthias seemed to shudder at the sound. It cost him precious seconds. The third wolf was on him, knocking him to the sound. Its teeth sank into his shoulder. He rolled, taking the wolf with him. The wolf's jaws snapped. Matthias caught them. He wrenched them apart, the muscles of his arm flexing. His face grim. Nina squeezed her eyes shut. There was a sickening crack. The crowd roared. Matthias knelt over the wolf. Its jaw was broken, and it lay on the ground, twitching in pain. He reached for a rock and slammed it hard into the poor animal's skull. It went still, and Matthias's shoulders slumped. The people howled, stomping their feet. Only Nina knew what this was costing him, that he'd been a Druskeli. Wolves were sacred to his kind, bred for battle like their enormous horses. They were friends and companions, fighting side by side with their Druskeli masters. The first wolf had recovered and was circling. Move, Matthias, she thought desperately. He got to his feet, but his movements were slow, weary. His heart wasn't in this fight. His opponents were gray wolves, rangy and wild, but cousins to the white wolves of the feared north. Matthias had no knife, only the bloody rock in his hand, and the remaining wolf prowled the arena between him and the pile of weapons. The wolf lowered its head and bared its teeth. Matthias dove left. The wolf lunged, sinking its teeth into his side. He grunted and hit the ground hard. For a moment, Nina thought he might simply give in and let the wolf take his life. Then he reached out, hands scrabbling through the sand, searching for something. His fingers closed over the shackles that had bound his wrists. He seized them, looped the chain across the wolf's throat, and pulled, the veins in his neck cording from the strain. His bloody face was pressed against the wolf's ruff, his eyes tightly shut, his lips moving. What was he saying? A Druskeli prayer? A farewell? The wolf's hind legs scrabbled at the sand. Its eyes rolled, frightened whites showing bright against its matted fur. A high whine rose from its chest, and then it was over. The creature's body stilled. Both fighters lay unmoving in the sand. Matthias kept his eyes closed, his face still buried in the creature's fur. The crowd thundered its approval. The ladder was lowered, and the announcer sprang down, hauling Matthias to his feet and grabbing his wrist to raise his hand in victory. The announcer gave him a little nudge, and Matthias lifted his hand. Nina caught her breath. Tears streaked the dirt on Matthias's face. The rage was gone, and it was like some flame had gone out with it. His North Sea eyes were colder than she'd ever seen them, empty of feeling, stripped of anything human at all. This was what Hellgate had done to him, and it was her fault. The guard took hold of Matthias again, pulling the shackles from the wolf's throat and clapping them back on his wrists. As he was led away, the crowd chanted its disapproval, clamoring, "More! More!" Where are they taking him? Nina asked, voice trembling. To his cell to sleep out the fight, Cass said. Who will see to his injuries? They have medics. We'll wait to make sure he's alone. I could heal him, she thought, but a darker voice rose in her, rich with mocking. Not even you can be that foolish, Nina. No healer can cure that boy. You made sure of it. She thought she would leap from her skin as the minutes burned away and the others watched the next fight. Muzzin avidly, flexing his fingers and speculating on the outcome. Inesh silent and still as a statue. Kaz inscrutable as always, scheming away behind that hideous mask. Nina slowed her own breathing, forced her pulse lower, trying to calm herself. But she could do no such thing. But she could do no but she could do nothing to meet the riot in her head. Finally Kaz gave her a nudge. Ready, Nina? The guard first. She cast a glance at the prison guard standing by the archway. How down? It was a barrel turn of the phrase. How badly do you want him hurt? Shut eye. Knock him out, but don't actually hurt him. They followed Cass to the arch through which they'd entered. The rest of the crowd took little notice, eyes focused on the fighting below. Need your escort? The guard asked as they approached. I had a question, said Kaz beneath her cape. I had a question, said Kaz. Beneath her cape, Nina lifted her hands, sensing the flow of blood in the guard's veins, the tissue of his lungs. About your mother and whether the rumors are true. Nina felt the guard's pulses leap and sighed. Never can make it easy, can you, Kaz? The guard stepped forward, lifting his gun. What did you say? Eyelids drooped. You don't. Nina dropped his pulse and he toppled forward. Muzzin grabbed him before he could fall as Inej swept him into the cloak Kaz had been wearing just moments before. Nina was only mildly surprised to see that Kaz was wearing a prison guard's uniform beneath it. Couldn't you just have asked him the time or something? Nina said. Where did you get that uniform? Inej slid the madman's mask down over the guard's face and Muzzin threw his arm around him, holding him up as if the guard had been drinking too much. They deposited him on one of the benches pressed against the back wall. Cass tugged on the sleeves of his uniform. Nina, people love to give up authority to men in nice clothes. I have uniforms for the Stadwash, the Harbor Police, and the livery of every merch mansion on the Geldstraat. Let's go. They slipped down the passageway. Instead of turning back the way they'd come, they moved counterclockwise around the old tower, the wall of the arena vibrating with voices and stomping feet to their left. The guards posted at each archway paid them little more than a glance. The few nodded at Kaz, who kept a brisk pace, his face buried in his collar. Nina was so deep in thought she'd nearly missed it when Kaz held up a hand for them to slow. They'd rounded a bend between two archways and were in the cover of a deep shadow. Ahead of them, a medic was emerging from a cell, accompanied by guards, one carrying a lantern. He'll sleep through the night, the medic said. Make sure he drinks something in the morning and checks pupils. I had to give him a powerful sleeping draught. As the men moved off to the opposite direction, Kaz gestured his group forward. The door in the rock was solid iron, broken only by a narrow slot through which to pass the prisoners' meals. Kaz bent to Kaz bent to the lock. Nina eyed the crude iron door. This place is barbaric. Most of the better fighters sleep in the old tower, Kaz replied. Keeps them away from the rest of the population. Kaz glanced Nina glanced left and right to where the bright light spilled from the arena entryways. There were guards standing in those doorways, distracted maybe, but all one needed to do was turn his head. If they were caught here, would the guards bother giving them over to the Stadwash for trial? Or would they simply force them into the ring to be eaten by a tiger? Maybe something less dignified, she thought bleakly. A swarm of angry voles. It took Kaz a few quick heartbeats to pick the lock. The door creaked open and they slipped inside. The cell was pitch black. A brief moment passed and the cold green glow of bone light flickered to life beside her. Anish held that little glass sphere aloft. The substance inside was made of the dried and crushed bodies of luminous deep sea fishes that were common among crooks in the barrel who didn't want to get caught in a dark alley, but couldn't be bothered to look around lanterns. At least it's clean, Nina thought as her eyes adjusted to the gloom. Barren and icy cold, but not filthy. She saw a pallet of horse blankets and two buckets placed against the wall, one with a bloody cloth peeking over the rim. This was what the men of Hellgate competed for: a private cell, a blanket, clean water, a bucket for waste. Matthias slept with his back to the wall. Even in the dim illumination of the bone light, she could see his face was starting to swell. Some kind of ointment had been smeared over his wounds. Calendula, she recognized the spell. Nina moved toward him, but Cass stopped her with a hand on her arm. Let Inej assess the damage. Nina began. I need you to work on Muzin. Inej tossed Kaz the crow-headed cane she must have been hiding beneath her gray imp costume, and knelt over Matthias's body with the bone light. Muzin stepped forward. He removed his cloak and shirt and the madman's mask. His head was shaved and he wore prison-issue trousers. Nina looked at Matthias, then back at Muzin, grasping what Kaz had in mind. The two boys were about the same height and the same build, but that was where the similarities ended. You can't possibly mean for Muzin to take Matthias's place. He isn't here for a sparkling conversation, Kaz replied. You'll need to reproduce Helvar's injuries. Inej, what's the inventory? Bruised knuckles, chipped tooth, two broken ribs, Inej said. Third and fourth on his left. His left or your left? Kaz asked. His left. This isn't going to work, Nina said in frustration. I can match the damage to Helvar's body, but I'm not a good enough tailor to make Muzzin look like him. Just trust me, Nina. I wouldn't trust you to tie my shoes without sealing the laces, Kaz. She peered at Muzzin's face. Even if I swell him up, he'll never pass. Tonight, Matthias Helvar, or rather our dear Muzzin, is going to appear to contract firepox, the lupine strain, carried by wolves and dogs alike. Tomorrow morning, when his guards discover him so covered in pustules that he is unrecognizable, he will be quarantined for a month to see if he survives the fever and to outwit the contagion. Meanwhile, Matthias will be with us. Get it? You want me to make Muzzin look like he has firepox? Yes, and do it quickly, Nina, because in about 10 minutes things are going to get very hectic around here. Nina stared at him. What was Cass planning? No matter what I do to him, it won't last a month. I can't give him a permanent fever. My contact in the infirmary will make sure he stays sick enough. We just need to get him through the diagnosis. Now, get to work. Nina looked Muzzin up and down. This is going to hurt just as much as if you'd been in the fight yourself, she warned. He scrunched up his face, bracing for the pain. I can take it. She rolled her eyes and lifted her hands, concentrating. With a sharp slice of her right hand over her left, she snapped Muzin's ribs. He let out a grunt and doubled over. That's a good boy, said Cass, taking it like a champion. Knuckles next, then face. Nina spread bruises and cuts over Muzzin's knuckles and arms, matching the wounds to Nej's descriptions. I've never seen Firepox up close, Nina said. She was only familiar with illustrations from the books they used in their anatomy training at the little palace. Count yourself lucky, Cass said grimly. Hurry it up. She worked from memory, swelling and cracking the skin on Muzzin's face and chest, raising blisters until the swelling and pustules were so bad that he was truly unrecognizable. The big man groaned. Why would you agree to do this? Nina murmured. The swollen flesh of Muzzin's face quivered, and Nina thought he might be trying to smile. Money was good, he said thickly. She sighed. Why else did anyone do anything in the barrel? Good enough to get locked up in Hellgate? Kaz tapped his cane on the cell floor. Stop making trouble, Nina. If Helvar cooperates, he and Muzzin will both have their freedom just as soon as this job is done. And if he doesn't, then Helvar gets locked back in his cell and Muzzin still gets paid, and I'll take him to breakfast at the Cooperam. Can I have waffles? Muzzin mumbled. We'll all have waffles and whiskey. If this job doesn't come off, no one is going to want to be around me sober. Finish, Nina? Nina nodded, and Inesh took her place to bandage Muzzin to look like Matthias. All right, said Kaz. Get Helvar on his feet. Nina crouched beside Matthias as Kaz stood over her with the bone light. Even in sleep, Matthias's features were troubled, his pale brows furrowed. She let her hand travel over the bruised line of his jaw, resisting the urge to linger there. Not the face, Nina. I need him mobile, not pretty. Heal him fast and only enough to get him walking for now. I don't want him spry enough to vex us. Nina lowered the blanket and went to work. Just another body, she told herself. She was always getting late night calls from Cass to heal wounded members of the Dregs who he didn't want to bring around to any legitimate medic. Girls with stabbing punctures, boys with broken legs or bullets lodged in them, victims of a scuffle with the Stadwatch or another gang. Pretend it's Muzzin, she told him herself, or Big Bolliger or some other fool. You don't know this boy. And it was true. The boy she knew might have been the scaffold, but something new had been built upon it. She touched his shoulder gently. Helvar, she said. He didn't answer. Matthias. A lump rose in her throat, and she felt the ache of tears threatening. She pressed a kiss to his temple. She knew that Kaz and the others were watching and that she was making an idiot of herself. But after so long, he was finally here, in front of her, and so very broken. Matthias, she repeated. Nina? His voice was raw, but as lovely as she remembered. Oh, saints, Matthias, she whispered. Please wake up. His eyes opened groggily. Pale as blue. Nina, he said softly. His knuckles brushed her cheek. His rough hand cupped her face tentatively, disbelieving. Nina? Her eyes filled with tears. Shh, Matthias. We're here to get you out. Before she could blink, he had hold of her shoulders and had pinned her to the ground. Nina, he growled. Then his hands closed over her throat. I'm I low key feel bad if I leave you guys there. Let me see how long this other chapter is. Because now it's gonna be part 2. Servant and Lever. I think this book has 3-ish parts, maybe? Maybe more. I saw. Hold up. I saw something there for a second. I know there's another part in here. There's 4 parts to this. Random dog noises. Let me see how long chapter 7 is before I decide to continue. Because it is only 1:15. I was thinking like 1:30. I think I can finish chapter 3 in that time, maybe. All right. So we're in part 2, Servant 11, but we're gonna read chapter 7, Matthias. Matthias was dreaming again, dreaming of her. In all his dreams, he hunted her. You won't? I won't what? I feel like you're just saying that because I want to spite. Like out of spite, I will. Matthias, chapter 7, Matthias. Matthias was dreaming again, dreaming of her. In all his dreams, he hunted her, sometimes through the new green meadows of spring, but usually through ice fields, dodging boulders and crevices with unerring steps. Always he chased, and always he caught her. In the good dreams, he slammed her to the ground and thralled her, watching the life drain from her eyes, heart full of vengeance. Finally, finally. In the bad dreams, he kissed her. In these dreams, she didn't fight him. She laughed as if the chase was nothing but a game, as if she'd known he would catch her, as if she'd wanted him to, and there was no place she'd rather be than beneath him. She was welcoming and perfect in his arms. He kissed her, buried his face in the sweet hollow of her neck. Her curls brushed his cheeks, and he felt that if he could just hold her a little longer, every wound, every hurt, every bad thing would melt away. Matthias, she would whisper, his name so soft on her lips. These were the worst dreams, and when he woke, he hated himself almost as much as he hated her. To know that he could betray himself, betray his country again, even in sleep, to know that, after everything she'd done, some sick part of him still hungered for her. It was too much. Tonight was a bad dream, very bad. She was wearing blue silk, clothes far more luxurious than anything he'd ever seen her in. Some kind of gauzy veil was caught up in her hair, the lamplight glinting caught caught rain. Gel, she smelled good. The mossy damp was still there, but perfume too. Nina loved luxury, and this was expensive. Roses and something else, something his pauper's nose didn't recognize. She pressed her soft lips to his temple, and he could swear she was crying. Matthias, Nina, he managed. Oh, saints, Matthias, she whispered. Please wake up. And then he was awake, and he knew he'd gone mad because she was here in his cell, kneeling beside him, her hand resting gently on his chest. Matthias, please. The sound of her voice pleading with him. He dreamed of this. Sometimes she pleaded for mercy. Sometimes there were other things she begged for. He reached up and touched her face. She had the softest skin. He'd laughed at her for it once. No real soldier had skin like that. He told her, pampered, coddled. He'd mocked the lushness of her body, ashamed of his own response to her. He cupped the warm curve of her cheek, felt the soft brush of her hair. So lovely, so real. It wasn't fair. Then he registered the bloody wrapping on his hands. Pain rushed at him as he came fully awake. Cracked ribs, aching knuckles. He chipped a tooth. He wasn't sure when, but he'd cut his tongue against it at some point. His mouth still held the coppery taste of blood. The wolves. They'd made him murder wolves. He was awake. Nina? There were tears in her beautiful green eyes. Rage coursed through him. She had no right to tears, no right to pity. Shh, Matthias. We're here to get you out. What game was this? What new cruelty? He just learned to survive in this monstrous place, and now she'd come to heap some fresh torture on him. He launched himself forward, flipped her to the ground, hands fastened tight around her throat, straddling her so that his knees pinned her arms to the ground. He knew damn well that Nina with her hands free was a deadly thing. Nina, he gritted out. She clawed at his hands. Witch, he hissed, leaning over her. He saw her eyes widen, her face getting redder. Beg me, he said. Beg me for your life. He heard a click, and a gravelly voice said, Hands off her, Helvar. Someone behind him had pressed a gun to his neck. Matthias didn't spare him a glance. Go ahead and shoot me, he said. He dug his fingertips deeper into Nina's neck. Nothing would deprive him of this. Nothing. Traitor, witch, abomination. All those words came to him, but others crowded in too. Beautiful, charmed one. Roed Fetla, he'd called her. Little red bird, for the color of her Grisha order, the color she loved. He squeezed harder, silencing the weak-willed strain inside him. If you've actually lost your mind, this is going to be a lot tougher than I thought, said that raspy voice. He heard a whoosh like something moving through the air, then a wrenching pain shot through his left shoulder. It felt like he'd been punched by a tiny fist, but his entire arm went numb. He grunted as he fell forward, one hand still clamped around Nina's throat. He would have fallen directly onto her, but he was yanked backward by the collar of his shirt. A boy wearing a guard's uniform stood before him, dark eyes glittering, a pistol in one hand, a walking stick in the other. Its handle was carved to look like a crow's head, with a cruelly pointed beak. Get hold of yourself, Helvar. Get hold of yourself, Helvar. We're here to break you out. I can do to your leg what I did to your arm, and we can drag you out of here, or you can leave like a man on 2 feet. No one gets out of Hellgate, Matthias said. Tonight they do. Matthias sat forward, trying to get his bearings, clutching his dead arm. You can't just walk me out of here. The guards will recognize me, he snarled. I'm not losing fighting privileges to be carted off Gel knows where with you. You'll be masked. If the guards check, they're going to be too busy to check, said the strange pale boy, and then the screaming started. Thank you. Oh, okay. But that doesn't mean I get to listen to you till 3 in the morning. No, Eli. I mean, Eli, if you want to listen to me till 3 in the morning, that's more of a private session. I couldn't help it. I'm sorry, Teddy Bear. this is like, oh my god, posture check. Okay. Oh, nice, you got the archin, but you said you wanted the shiny. Oops. Does the shiny for that one look much different? Hold on, my phone buzzed, and I'm just gonna check that it's not my brother texting me. Oh, okay. Because sometimes Sam would text me to be like, "You're being too loud," you know. So I'm like, let me check. And then the screaming started. Matthias's head jerked up. He heard the thunder of footsteps from the arena, cresting like a wave as people burst into the passageway outside. He heard the thunder of footsteps from the arena, cresting like a wave as people burst into the passageway outside his cell. He heard the shouts of guards and then the roaring of a great cat, the trumpet of an elephant. He opened the cages. His voice was shaky with disbelief, though who knew what might be real or performance with her. He refused to look in her direction. If he did, he'd lose all sense of reality. He was barely hanging on as it was. Jesper was supposed to wait until 3 bells, said the pale boy. It is 3 bells, Kaz, replied the small girl in the corner with the dark hair and deep bronze Suli skin. A figure covered in welts and bandages was leaning against her. Since when is Jesper punctual? The boy complained with a glance at his watch. On your feet, Helvar. He offered him a gloved hand. Matthias stared at it. This is a dream. The strangest dream I've ever had, but definitely a dream. Or maybe killing the wolves had finally driven him truly mad. He'd murder family tonight. No whispered prayers for their wild souls would make it right. He looked up at the pale demon with his black gloved hands. Kaz, she'd called him. Would he lead Matthias out of this nightmare or just drag him into another kind of hell? Choose, Helvar. Matthias clasped the boy's hands. If this was real and not illusion, he'd escape whatever trap these creatures had set for him. He heard Nina release a long breath. Was she relieved? Exasperated? He shook his head. He would deal with her later. The little bronze girl swept the cloak around Matthias's shoulders and propped an ugly beak-nosed mask on his head. The passageway outside the cell was chaos. Costumed men and women surged past, screaming and pushing each other, trying to get away from the arena. Guards had their guns out, and he could hear shots being fired. He felt dizzy, and his side ached badly. His left arm was still useless. Cass, sniggled, Cass, Cass signaled toward the far right archway, indicating that they should move against the flow of the crowd and into the arena. Matthias didn't care. He could plunge through the mob instead, force his way up that staircase and onto a boat. And then what? It didn't matter. There was no time for planning. He stepped into the throng and was instantly hauled back. Boys like you weren't meant to get ideas, Helvar, said Kaz. That staircase leads to a bottleneck. You think the guards won't check under the mask before they let you through? Matthias scowled and followed the others to the crowd, Kaz's hand at his back. If the passage had been chaos, then the arena was a special kind of madness. Matthias glimpsed hyenas leaping and bounding over the ledges. One was feeding over a body in a crimson cape. An elephant charged the wall of the stadium, sending up a cloud of dust and bellowing its frustration. He saw a white bear and one of the great jungle cats from the southern colonies crouching in the caves, its teeth bared. He knew there were snakes in the cages as well. He could only hope that this Jesper character hadn't been foolish enough to set them free too. They plunged across the sands where Matthias had fought for privileges for the last 6 months. But as they headed toward the tunnel, the desert lizard came pounding toward them, its mouth dripping foam white poison, its fat tail lashing the ground. Before Matthias could think to move, the bronze girl had vaulted over its back and dispatched the creature with 2 bright daggers wedged beneath the armor of its scales. The lizard groaned and collapsed on its side. Matthias felt a pang of sadness. It was a grotesque creature, and he'd never been. Matthias felt a pang of sadness. It was a grotesque creature, and he'd never seen a fighter survive its attack. But it was also a living thing. You'd never seen a fighter survive until now, he corrected himself. The bronze girl's daggers merit watching. He'd assumed they'd cross the arena and head back up the stands to avoid the crowds clogging the passageway, possibly just storm the stairs and hope to make it through the guards who must be waiting at the top. Instead, Kaz led them down the tunnel past the cages. The cages were old cells that had been turned over to whatever beast the masters of the house show had gotten their hands on that week. Old circus animals, even diseased livestock in a pinch. Creatures culled from forest and countryside. As they raced past the open doors, he glimpsed a pair of yellow eyes glaring at him from the shadows. And then he was moving on. His He cursed his deadened arm and lack of weapon. He was virtually defenseless. Where's this Kaz leading us? They went past a wild boar feeding on a guard and a spotted cat that hissed and spit at them but did not draw near. And then, through the musk of animals and the stink of their waste, he smelled the clean tang of salt water. Here the rush of waves. He slipped and discovered the stones beneath his feet were damp. He was deeper in the tunnel than he'd ever been permitted to go. It must lead to the sea. Whatever Nina and her people intended, they really were taking him out of the bowels of Hellgate. There was a shiny? No, but Eli was hoping for one. In the green light from the orbs carried by Kaz and the bronze girl, he spotted a tiny boat moored up ahead. It looked like a guard was seated in. It looked like a guard was seated in it, but he raised a hand and waved him forward. You were early, Jesper, Kaz said as he nudged Matthias toward the boat. I was on time. For you, that's early. Next time you plan to impress me, give me some warning. The animals are out, and I found you a boat. This is when a thank you would be in order. Thank you, Jesper, said Nina. You're very welcome, gorgeous. See, Kaz, that's how civilized folk do. Matthias was only half listening. The fingers of his left hand had started The fingers of his left hand had started to tingle as sensation returned. He couldn't fight all of them, not in this state, and not when they were armed. But Kaz and the boy in the boat, Jesper, looked to be the only ones with guns. Unhook the rope, disable Jesper. He'd have a gun in possession of a boat, and Nina can stop your heart before you've taken hold of the oars, he reminded himself. So shoot her first, put a bullet in her heart, stay long enough to watch her fall, and then be done with this place. He could do it. He knew he could. All he needed was a distraction. The bronze girl was standing just to his right. She barely reached his shoulder. Even injured, he could knock her into the water without losing his footing or doing her any real harm. Drop the girl, free the boat, disable the shooter, kill Nina, kill Nina, kill Nina. He took a deep breath and threw his weight at the bronze girl. She stepped aside as if she'd known he was coming, languidly hooking her heel behind his ankle. Matthias let out a grunt as he landed hard on the stones. Matthias, Nina said, stepping forward. He scrambled backward, nearly landing himself in the water. If she laid hands on him again, he'd lose his mind. Nina halted, the hurt on her face unmistakable. She had no right. Clumsy, this one, the bronze girl said impassively. Put him under, Nina, commanded Kaz. Don't, Matthias protested, panic surging through him. You're dumb enough to capsize the boat. Stay away from me, witch. Matthias growled at Nina. Nina gave him a tight nod. With pleasure. She lifted her hands, and Matthias felt his eyelids grow heavy as she dragged him into unconsciousness. Kill you, he mumbled. Sleep well. Her voice was a wolf, dogging his steps. It chased him into the dark. Into a windowless room draped in black and crimson, Matthias listened silently to the strange words coming out of the pale, freakish boy's mouth. Matthias knew monsters, and one glance at Kazbrecker had told him this was a creature who had spent too long in the dark. He'd brought something back with him when he crawled into the light. Matthias could sense it around him. He knew others laughed at fear and superstition, but he trusted his gut. Or he had, until Nina. That had been one of the worst effects of her betrayal, the way he'd been forced to second-guess himself. That doubt had almost been his undoing at Hellgate, where instinct was everything. He'd heard Brecker's name in prison, and the words associated with him. Criminal prodigy, ruthless, amoral. They called him Dirty Hands because there was no sin he would not commit for the right price. And now, this demon was talking about breaking into the ice court. About getting Matthias to commit treason. Again. Matthias corrected himself. I'd be committing treason again. He kept his eyes on Brecker. He was keenly aware of Nina watching him from the other side of the room. He could still smell her rose perfume in his nose and even in his mouth. The sharp flower scent rested against his tongue as if he were tasting her. Matthias had woken bound and tied to a chair in what looked like some kind of gambling parlor. Nina must have brought him out of the stupor she'd placed him in. She was there, along with the bronze girl. Jesper, the long-limbed boy from the boat, sat in the corner with his with his bony knees drawn up, and a boy with ruddy gold curls doodled aimlessly on a scrap of paper atop a round table made for playing cards, occasionally gnawing at his thumb. The table was covered with a crimson cloth flocked with a repeating pattern of crows, and a wheel similar to the ones used in the Hell Show arena, with different markings, had been propped against a black lacquered wall. Matthias had the feeling that someone, probably Nina, had tended to more of his injuries while he was unconscious. The thought made him sick. Better clean pain than Grisha Better clean pain than Grisha corruption. Then Brecker had started talking about a drug called Jurdaparam and an impossibly high reward, about the absurd idea of attempting a raid on the ice court. Matthias wasn't sure what might be a fact or fiction, but it hardly mattered. When Brecker finally finished, Matthias simply said, "No." Believe me when I say this, Halvar. I know getting knocked out and waking up in a strange surroundings isn't the friendliest way to start a partnership, but you didn't give us many options. So try to open your mind to the possibilities. You could have come to me on your knees, and my answer would be the same. You do understand I can have you back at Hellgate in a matter of hours. Once poor Muzzin is in the infirmary, the switch will be easy. Do it. I can't wait to tell the warden your ridiculous plans. What makes you think you'll be going back with a tongue? Kaz, Nina protested. Do what you want, Matthias said. He wouldn't betray his country again. I told you, said Nina. Don't pretend to know me, witch, he snarled, eyes trained on Brecker. He wouldn't look at her. He refused to. Jesper unfolded himself in the corner. Now that they were out of the Hellgate gloom, Matthias could see he had a deep brown Zemeni skin and incongruous gray eyes. He was built like a stork. Without him, there's no job, said Jesper. We can't break into the ice court blind. Matthias wanted to laugh. You can't break into the ice court at all. The ice court wasn't an ordinary building. It was a compound, Fjerda's ancient stronghold, home to an unbroken succession of kings and queens, repository of its greatest treasures and most sacred religious relics. It was impenetrable. Come now, Helvar, said the demon. Surely there's something you want. The cause is righteous enough for a zealot like you. Fjerda may think they've caught a dragon by the tail, but they won't be able to hold on. Once Bo-Yul Bayur replicates his process, Drita Prem will enter the market, and it's only a matter of time before others learn to manufacture it too. It will never happen. Yul Bayur will stand trial, and if he is found guilty, he will be put to death. Guilty of what? And guilty of what? Nina asked softly. Crimes against the people. Which people? He could hear the barely leashed anger in her voice. Natural people, Matthias replied. People who live in harmony with the laws of this world instead of twisting them for their own gain. Nina made a kind of exasperated snorting sound. The others just looked amused, smirking at the poor, backward Fjerdan. Brum had warned Matthias that the world was full of liars, pleasure seekers, faithless heathens, and there seemed to be a concentration of them in this room. You're being short-sighted about this, Helvar, said Brecker. Another team could get to Yelbayer first. The Shu, maybe the Ravkans, all with their own agendas. Border disputes and old rivalries don't matter to Border disputes and old rivalries don't matter to the Kirch. All the Merchant Council cares about is trade, and they want to make sure Jurda Parem remains a rumor and nothing more. So leading criminals into the heart of Fjorda to steal a valued prisoner is a patriotic act? Matthias said scornfully. I don't suppose the promise of 4 million kruga will sway you either. Matthias spat. You can keep your money. Choke on it. Then a thought came to him, vile, barbaric, but the one thing that might allow him to return to Hellgate with peace in his heart, even if he didn't have a tongue in his head. He tilted back as far as his bonds would permit and focused all his attention on Brecker. I'll make a deal with you. I'm listening. I won't go with you, but I'll give you a plan for the layout of the court. That should at least get you past the first checkpoint. And what will this valuable information cost me? I don't want your money. I'll give you plans for nothing. It shamed Matthias to say the words, but he spoke them anyway. If you let me kill Nina Zenik. The little bronze girl made a sound of disgust, her contempt for him clear, and the boy at the table stopped doodling, his mouth falling open. Kaz, however, didn't seem surprised. If anything, he looked pleased. Matthias had the uncomfortable sense that the demon had known exactly how this would play out. I can give you something better, said Kaz. What could be better than revenge? There's nothing else I want. I can make you a Driscali again. Are you a magician, then? A way spirit who can grant wishes? I'm I'm superstitious, not stupid. You can be both, you know, but that's hardly the point. Kaz slipped a hand into his dark coat. Here, he said, and gave a piece of paper to the bronze girl, another demon. The one walked with soft feet like she'd drifted in from the next world, and no one had the good sense to send her back. She brought the paper up to his face for him to read. The document was written in Kirch and Fjerdan. Oh, okay. Sorry. I got distracted because I looked at chat. Um, the document was written in Kirch and Fjerdan. He couldn't read Kirch. He'd only picked up the language in prison, but the Fjerdan was clear enough, and his eyes moved on to over the. He couldn't read Kirch. He'd only picked up the language in prison, but the Fjerdan was clear enough, and his eyes moved over the page. Matthias's heart started to pound. In light of new evidence, Matthias Benedict Helvar is granted full and immediate pardon for all charges of slave trafficking. He is released on this day, blank, with the apologies of the court, and will be provided transport to his homeland or a destination of his choosing, with all possible haste and the sincere apologies of this court and the Kirch government. What new evidence? Kaz leaned back in his chair. It seems Nina Zenik has recanted her statements. She will face charges of perjury. Now he didn't look at her. Now he did look at her. He couldn't stop it. He left bruises on her graceful throat. He told himself to be glad of it. Perjury. How long will you serve for that, Zenek? 2 months, she said quietly. 2 months. Now he did laugh, long and hard. His body twitched with it, as if it were poison constricting his muscles. The others watched him with some concern. Just how crazy is he? Asked Jesper, fingers drumming on the pearl handles of his revolvers. Brecker shrugged. He's not what I'd call reliable, but he's all we've got. 2 months. Probably in some cozy prison where she charmed every guard into bringing her fresh bread and fluffing her pillows. Or maybe she just talked them into letting her pay a fine that her rich Grisha keepers back in Rafka could cover for her. She can't be trusted, you know, he said to Brecker. Whatever secrets you hope to gain from Bo-Yul Bayur, she'll turn them over to Rafka. Let me worry about that, Helvar. You do your part. The secrets of Yul and Jurda Parem will be in the hands of the people best equipped to make sure they stay rumors. 2 months. Nina would serve her time and return to Ravka 4 million Kruger richer, never giving him another thought. But if this pardon was real, then he could go home too. Home. He'd imagined breaking out of Hellgate plenty of times, but he never really put his mind to the idea of escape. What life was there for him on the outside, with the charge of slaver hanging around his neck? He could never return to Fjerda. Even if he could have borne the disgrace, he'd have lived each day as a fugitive from the Kirch government, a marked man. He knew he could eke out a life for himself in Novia Zem, but what would have been the point? There was something different. This was something different. If the demon Brecker spoke the truth, Matthias would get to go home. The longing for it twisted in his chest, to hear his language spoken, to see his friends again. Taste semla filled with us. Taste semla filled with sweet almond paste. Feel the bite of the northern wind as it came roaring over the ice. To return home and be welcomed there without the burden of dishonor. With his name cleared, he could return to his life as a Druskeli, and the price would be treason. What if Bo-Yul Bayur is dead? He asked Brecker. Vanek insists he isn't. But how could the merchant Kaz spoke of truly understand Fjerdan ways? If there had been a trial, if there hadn't been a trial yet, there would be, and Matthias could easily predict the outcome. His people would never free a man with such terrible knowledge. What if he is Brecker? You will still get your pardon. Even if the quarry was already on his way to the afterlife, Matthias would have his freedom. At what cost, though? He'd made mistakes before. He'd been foolish enough to trust Nina. He'd been weak, and he would carry the shame for the rest of his life. But he'd paid for his stupidity in blood and misery and the stink of Hellgate, and his crimes had been meager things, the actions of a naive boy. This was so much worse, to reveal the secrets of the Ice Court, to see his homeland once more only to know that every step he took there was an act of treason. Could he do such a thing? Brum would have laughed in his face, torn that part into pieces, but Kazbrecker was smart. He clearly had resources. What if Matthias said no, and against all odds, Brecker and his crew still found their way into the ice court and stole the shoe scientist? Or what if Brecker was right and another country got there first? It sounded like Parem was too addictive to be useful to Grisha. But what if the formula fell into Ravkan hands and they somehow managed to adapt it, to make Ravka's Grisha, its second army, even stronger? If he was part of this mission, Matthias could make sure Bo-Yul Bayur never took another breath outside the ice court's walls, or he could arrange for some kind of accident on the trip back to Kerch. Before Nina, before Hellgate, he never would have considered it. Now, he found he could make the bargain with himself. He would join the demon's crew, earn his pardon, and when he was a Druskeli once more, Nina Zenek would be his first target. He'd hunt her in Kerch, Naravka, whatever hole or corner of the world she thought she whatever hole or corner of the world she thought would keep her safe. He would run Nina Zenek to the ground, and make her pay in every way imaginable. Death would be too good. He'd have her thrown into the most miserable cell in the ice court, where she'd never be warm again. He'd toy with her as she toyed with him. He'd offer her salvation and then deny it. He'd gift her with affection and small kindnesses, then snatch them away. He would save her every tear she said and replace that sweet green flower scent with the salt of her sorrow on his tongue. Even so, the words were bitter in Matthias's mouth when he said, I'll do it. The ads are about to go. And while the ads are going, I will be right back. And then we'll finish the chapter. So I'll be back. I'm back. Sorry about that. Well, this is fun. My sugar dropped and I don't want to be. Brain, build character's body. The fuck you ain't. I love it. She was taken by Hannah Blacker. I think we lost her at the table. Stop. Hey, if I was taken out that way, I'm happy, okay? I can't be upset. Come on. If I ended up on Hannibal's table, are you kidding me? He would make me a masterpiece. Like, I can't even be upset. There's a dirty joke in there about finally getting eaten, but or couldn't help it. I'm sorry. Or he would make a very nice portrait of me. I would be a very nice statue, at least at the crime scene. Finally pretty. Oh fuck. Okay, give me a second. But yeah, we will end soon. So Eli, don't get more sugar. It'll be fine. It's okay if you've passed out. Don't need a cannibal to get eaten. Oh my god, are you offering Eli? Are you offering me a good time? Shoot. Oh my god. Threatening me with a good time? Oh my god. I'm so lucky. I'm sorry, we're children sometimes. Uh Sometimes it's just so much fun. But yeah, don't have any more sugar. It's okay if you like fall asleep. We're almost done here. And then I'll send you guys to Buddha since I think he's the only person left. Oh wow, I was not kidding. There's like literally a page. Okay, and then we're gonna end. Um Shoot, okay. I was like, where am I? Even so, the words were bitter in Matthias's mouth when he said, I'll do it. Brecker winked at Nina, and Matthias wanted to knock his teeth in. When I've dealt Nina her life's share of misery, I'll come for you. He'd caught witches. How different could it be to slay a demon? The bronze girl folded up the document and handed it to Brecker, who slipped it into his breast pocket. Matthias felt like he was watching an old friend, one he'd never hoped to see again, vanish into a crowd, and he was powerless to call out. We're going to untie you, said Brecker. I hope prison hasn't robbed you of all your manners or good sense. Matthias nodded, and the bronze girl took a knife to the ropes binding him. I believe you know Nina, Brecker continued. The lovely girl freeing you is Inej, our thief of secrets and the best in the trade. Jesper Fahey is our sharpshooter. Zemeni mourn, but try not to hold it against him. And this is Wylan, best demolitions expert in the barrel. Rask is better, Inej said. The boy looked up, ruddy The boy looked up, ruddy gold hair flopping in his eyes, and spoke for the first time. He's not better. He's reckless. He knows his trade. So do I. Barely, said Jesper. Wylan is new to the scene, admitted Brecker. Of course he's new. He looks like he's about 12, retorted Matthias. I'm 16, said Wylan sullenly. Matthias doubted that. 15 at most. The boy didn't even look like he'd started shaving. In fact, at 18, Matthias suspected that he was the oldest of the bunch. Brecker's eyes were ancient, but he couldn't be any older than Matthias. For the first time, Matthias really looked at the people around him. What kind of team is this for a mission or so perilous? Treason wouldn't be an issue if they were all dead, and only he knew exactly how treacherous the endeavor might prove. We should be using Rask, said Jesper. He's good under pressure. I don't like it, agreed Inej. I didn't ask, said Kaz. Besides, Wylan isn't just good with the flint and fuss. He's our insurance. Against what? Asked Nina. Meet Wylan Van Eck, said Kaz Brecker as the boy's cheeks flooded crimson. Jan Van Eck's son and our guarantee on 30 million Kruger. I feel bad because every chapter's like, it's literally like every chapter's gonna end on like a cliffhanger of some sort. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Starlings, but I gotta leave you there. Oh my god. Yeah. Mostly because I'm starting to get a little bit tired. And I'm like, honestly, probably good that I'm getting tired. Because gotta put the nice dust cover up back on my book. Ooh, one of the cool things I did. Okay, well, okay. Oh, by the way, this is Leigh Bardugo. She's gorgeous. She's so pretty. And one of the cool things about her, well, there's a lot of cool things about her, but well, one of the sad things is she has like I know she has a problem with either it's one of her legs or just her legs in general, but she also walks with a limp and cane, so that's why she has Kaz doing that because she's like he's like I don't know. She was just like through the story, she's like it's me and him walking together in her head, and I was like I love that, and she was awesome when she signed this for me at the LA Times thing. And I know I have a picture of that moment on my Instagram somewhere. So don't get tired, you're not allowed. Me? Why not, Eli? You want me to keep some energy just for you? I mean, we can arrange that. Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. It's too good. But I do have to wake up early on Monday, and tomorrow we're gonna go to my aunt's. So I'm like I do have to go to bed, unfortunately. I have to try and fix my sleep schedule in like a day because I done fucked myself, but it's not on purpose. I don't know what it's been, but lately I've been having so much trouble sleeping. I was joking with Sis and Eli the other day. I was like, you know how they say like, oh, if you can't sleep, it's because someone's dreaming about you. I'm like, can the person who's dreaming about me just like just talk to me? Stop dreaming so I could sleep. No, because if you sleep, I will wake up. Oh, because I'm dreaming about you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I steal your sleep, Eli. But I can see you in my dreams. Let me dream, my boy. Oh, sorry, teddy bear. I mean, I guess turnabout's fair play. If you want to try to beat me to sleep, so you can dream about me and keep me awake, you can try. We'll see who wins. Okay, fine. I love it. Oh my god. But yeah, please copy the raid messages. We're gonna go join Buddha. He's playing Hogwarts Legacy, so that should be nice. Um, but yeah, thank you all for keeping me company tonight. I don't know if I'm gonna do this the next time I'll do this. Uh Tuesday, I think I have plans with oh shit, I had plans, but now I'm thinking I have jury duty Monday. Well, I guess we'll see. Fuck. I think I had plans with Gabe. Well, with Ready Player Gabe, but yeah. Um I hopefully we'll see you guys tomorrow night. Bye, starlings. Love you. Mwah!